let's so let's see. So Percy, you're gonna be our tour guide.
I can do that.
Right?
Yes.
And thank you in advance for your leadership.
Sure. The first item is the call roll.
Mr. Campbell,
Yeah.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Hodges,
Here.
Mr. Holdright,
Present.
Mr. Pierce,
Here.
Ms. Barber, here, Ms. Williams, Chairman Reynolds.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, there's a meeting agenda. Everybody was sent. Does everybody have copies? Not, we can get to.
I did not bring a copy, but I'm fine. Just you're
Well, we'll follow up. Are there any additions to the agenda from anyone? If not, I'd ask for a motion to approve.
so moved.
Moving second.
Was Gene's email item added to?
It's included in presentation that Steve's going to make. So I think it'll all wrap in there.
Okay.
See that. So, okay, it's been moved and second in discussion. If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Declare that adopted. We'll get into the heart of the agenda now. Good morning and thank you to everybody. This branch called some bylaw questions to my attention during the week, and I'm going to ask her as we go through here to maybe give more of an explanation than what I had originally intended. When I was going through them, I didn't see a purpose for this organization. It was very, very general, very vague, and I wanted to get a little meat into what I think is the purpose going forward. And that is found on page 1 of the bylaws. And I'll just read what I had written on that. And then if anybody has any questions about it, we can go. But I've asked for a change that says the purpose of the authority is to, 1, promote economic development. Very simple. 2, to relieve the conditions of unemployment and encourage new job positions in the county. Number 3 is to encourage the location of new industry, commerce, and business for a balanced economy. Number 4 is to assist in the retention of existing businesses and industry in the county and increase their commerce. Number 5 is to encourage the retention, location, expansion, and new development of businesses owned by minorities, women, veterans, and persons with disabilities. And 6, generally promote the economic health, welfare, and quality of life to the residents of the county and further the use of its agricultural products and natural resources, working in partnership with all county boards, committees, and commissions, including the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. That would be the new purpose or something similar to that.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
We had a couple of years ago, we had the development of the vision and the mission statement. Did that not ever get implemented from the EDA?
I don't know the history on that.
We'd have to look back, I think.
Can you repeat that? What say that again?
So there was never a vision or a mission statement associated with the EDA. And Jay actually worked on it, developing the mission statement and all of that. And it was presented to the Board of Supervisors and basically asking them to just look at it. We approved it with the EDA, but that probably should be utilized as going forward into the bylaws, because that basically covered everything that we were looking at and it went in line with the comprehensive plan.
Do some research on that, so I can try to find that.
I tell you, I like what I heard. I'd like to have an opportunity to look at it, think about it.
Sure.
And then,
Well, we're not asking you to approve this. This is just covering it this morning, and let's look at whatever was done, and maybe it's a combination, or maybe it's already there. I had not.
It's very
I've seen
similar.
that.
It's
Okay.
very similar, but I mean, I think that this statement is fine and wonderful. I don't know if the bylaws are a place for that kind of statement. But I think generally a bylaws documents, you want to, your corporate documents, you want to give yourself as much flexibility as you possibly can. And I think that's why the previous purpose probably just reflects the language that's in the code. industrial development authorities. I think that was the first time of the bylaws that was the case. But I mean, in terms of having a more kind of purpose to drive us and to kind of focus us, and I think it's wonderful. Whether it belongs here or in a separate statement is, I think, the only comment I would have.
Well, we'll try to research the mission statement. That might, that's probably just going through some minutes, trying to find that.
How long ago
Reflect
was
it.
that, Brian? I'm trying to remember.
I was a much younger man, Gene.
Yeah, we all.
I don't think he had any more hair, but he was a little bit younger.
It was like 4 or 5 county administrators ago.
Yeah. Well,
Hopefully they didn't take it with them.
Yeah, I'm not touching that.
I was gonna say that doesn't really reflect the time frame. That's just county.
It was back after you did.
Mhm. It was a while back, because it was when they first started looking at the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, it was right after we had gotten, you remember we had got together with the board up at the hurricane building.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
right,
right after that. and the board had asked us to, like,
2017,
come up with a
16,
statement.
somewhere along
Yeah.
Yeah.
Previous.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just trying to give them an idea how far to go back.
So around 17, that sound about right?
Hmm.
16,
Yeah.
2016, 2017.
16, 17.
Yeah.
Okay, that gives a good time reference.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to page 2 under powers. Chris, what do you made a minor adjustment
We
there.
just changed it to be what it says in the Virginia code.
Okay,
So everything that was added, I think from here on out is either just a correction to the language, like it would say conference room, and it's the boardroom. Like said, this was King William Courthouse instead of King William. And then the only other thing is that meetings on page 3.
okay. How about under officers? Was that just reflecting what we,
That's just reflecting what it says in the code.
right, okay. And for those of you who might not have that in front of you, we read, the board of directors shall elect from its membership the chair and a vice chair, and from its membership or not as they desire a secretary and a treasurer, or a secretary treasurer who shall continue to hold such office until their respective successors are elected.
I have something. What
Sure.
we got now, the ex officio members. We've talked about the Native Americans
Mhm.
coming on board, but they haven't indicated to us they're even interested. Is that right? I mean, we
There was
offered
one-
them and they
yeah.
never responded. Am I
There
right?
was one that seemed interested at the time, because this is back when Pamunkey was the only one recognized at the time that we did this also. So when we added it in, Pamunkey was the only one federally recognized. He did not seem too interested in it, but Upper Mattaponi did at the time, but I don't know if they ever
So-
did anything with it.
Should we extend to them again,
We can do that.
invitations to join this board?
We can do that.
Probably wouldn't hurt, you know.
And I think if we sent out an official letter from the authority, basically explaining what it is that we're asking them to do
Right.
and what their position would be, I think that may help them make a decision. I know at the time with, shoot, what's his name? Gene from
Bob Gray.
Pamunkey, Bob Gray. Bob Gray was just overwhelmed with everything they had getting thrown at him at the time. That's when every politician, I think, was knocking on Pamunkey's door, trying to get them started with everything they needed. So he was just overwhelmed. But if we send out an official letter from this authority, basically to each of them stating, what we're looking for, what we're asking for, and why we believe that they would be an integral part to this authority, then I think that may spur some interest in it.
So the Rich Rob.
Yes.
Right, in one seat.
No,
It says
3
up to-
seats,
up to-
all three
And-
seats.
And it's ex officio, so there's no voting.
That's correct.
Now, the only thing with the lower Mappapani, big conflict going on right now, overpower. You got kind of two tribes now.
Yep.
I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, I am. I have Facebook too.
No, I'm just dealing with people like that.
What? Does
And
it
I'm
specify-
assuming, right, one per, we were looking for one from each.
One from
That's
each.
why they were-
Yes,
got the
that's
number
why they
three.
were three. Yes.
Monkey upline.
And the reason that they are a non-voting is because like you would end up having for District 2, you had the possibility, if we went with one per district, I would have 3 votes in District 2. Because both of those tribes are located in District 2. That's why they went ex officio there, because at the time we were also looking at how we were structuring as far as making sure we had representation from each district within the county to ensure that we had that. The first step was bringing West Point in and getting them represented. Next step was the ex officio positions within the tribes. So that was the thought process behind it, is trying to get each population group within the county and each district represented by this board or authority. Sorry, not board.
If it's,
Mr. Talente has raised his hand.
if it's the, what'd you say?
Mr. Talente has raised his hand.
Oh,
Hey, Kyle, your mic is off. You've got your hand raised.
Excellent, thank you. It was not letting me unmute myself until you gave me that permission, but thank you. And I hate to interrupt, just for a clarification, because I used to run a board like this myself. Ex officio only means that they are provided a seat based on a special status. They can be voting or non-voting. You're gonna have to designate ex officio non-voting. Ex officio doesn't mean non-voting. It just means they get to sit at the board based on a special status that you have identified. So I just want to make sure as you're going through this, you put in the proper language. Ex officio doesn't mean non-voting. Just wanted to point that out to you all.
That language is in there.
thank you, Kyle. It's, I don't know if you have this, you probably don't have this in front of you. The, one further in the section, it does say that it's non-voting.
Excellent. I just want, because it sounds like you're interchanging the language of ex officio and non-voting. I just wanted to make sure it was clear so that you had it right the first time. That's all. I'm sorry.
No, good, appreciate that. Okay, if it's the consensus of the committee, then staff can prepare a letter to send out to all 3 of the tribes on behalf of the EDA. Maybe start a dialogue with them, and then hopefully we can report something back to you in your May meeting. Okay. All right, then, as Chris said, over in page 3 under meetings, Article 4, the bylaw said that the regular meetings of the board of the authority should be held on the second Wednesday bi-monthly, not monthly. We caught that, and that's probably something that you need to talk about. You've been meeting monthly. I don't know how that got started. Jay, maybe you have some history on that.
Yeah, well, I think when Ed was chair, we would have regular meetings, which were the dates specified in the bylaws, and then work sessions on the
Yep.
intervening months.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it's just, but then I just think we just want to call them.
Do you want to change, is there interest in changing the bylaws to reflect that there'll be monthly meetings? Or do you want to start going back to where you were?
Well, can we have this discussion after today?
Sure.
At
No,
the end of-
absolutely.
at-
Yeah.
Right, and my thought process is, given, we may have some things that we need to move along.
Sure.
And not to stick on this if we don't need to, but if it's in the bylaws, that's the minimum we have to do,
Right.
right? You can elect to do more.
That's correct.
And that's why we had it that way before, is because work session, we could make a determination at the regular meeting. Do we need to meet next month? If we did not, then that was not a called meeting. And we were not forced to simply come in and meet because it's in the bylaws. If we make it monthly, we are required to come in and meet monthly.
Well, that's probably a discussion that needs to be held every month. Then the staff is just automatically just get to the meeting and
Yep.
preparing agendas and looking ahead to where the next meeting, it might not be the board wants to meet.
I think it's possible that we, could realize the need to move things along at the end of this. And so I just, my recommendation would be we just hit pause and we'll come back and revisit this at 1 o'clock.
Well, as I said, all this is,
My question was around the lines on participating virtually. I know we're kind of past our whole COVID thing at this point. So I know there's a lot of language in there, but so what's our stance now if we do participate virtually? We need to let Chris and the authority know X amount of days, because it's kind of, it's written differently in there now. I mean,
Chris, you wanna
what's our go forward on that?
Virginia code has some.
yes, that's what I think.
Yeah, this is mostly the code. And part of the code says that the authority has to have in their bylaws their conditions. And so I had put under C1, the Economic Development Authority Board of Directors has adopted a written policy allowing for and governing participation of its members, including an approval process for such participation subject to the limitations imposed by this section. So basically just saying that what we have been doing is you make a motion immediately after the call to order and prior to the roll call to accept the person who wants to participate electronically.
Right.
And then,
Is there still language in there, Chris, that I know with the Board of Supervisors anyway, and their language, they are limited to the number of times that they could be remote.
yeah, that's by law. And you also have to give a reason why. I think it's 3 times within a calendar year.
So we're back to pre-COVID rules on
Yeah, that was kind of where
remote.
my
Yeah,
question here was coming
Yeah,
from.
and they did change the code to say except in cases where the governor or the county has called state of emergency,
Right.
then it's open again.
Quorum. Doesn't mean.
yeah, so
You
the
have to have a
quorum has to
quorum
be
in the
physically
physically-
seated.
Yeah, in the physical location.
Okay, thank you for that.
And our quorum is still 4
That's what it
out
says
of
in the
9.
bylaws. That's what the code says. When we went back and looked that up.
I'm surprised
Maybe
it's
make
not a
motion to
majority.
pause this and come back to this item, or-
Well, I know that the quorum, so quorums, when we do quorums, it's different for financial than it is for a called meeting and vote. I believe for financial responsibilities, it is a majority of the board must vote in favor or against that in order to pass it or kill it. But it's different for the called quorum, I believe. The simple quorum is for financials, it goes deeper. But I'm not sure if that's in here.
I mean, I think the answer is actually in the Virginia code.
So I better understand it now. That answers all my questions.
But the code does also call for times when it is a majority.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I
So we can make a motion to come back.
Quorum allows us to meet, so we
Right,
need to
right,
have.
I understand
Yeah.
that. What is, we got 7 minus 4.
I wouldn't make any motions today on anything. I think this is a general work session
Yeah.
and discussion, but what my intention would be is to bring all this back at the next meeting to staff after everybody's had a chance to weigh in today. And, you know, and if we have to go back from the code and maybe clarify some things. These are just points of order that we felt like, and again, the purpose statement, if it's too broad, I understand exactly what Jay's saying. We can check that mission statement and maybe they match up, and all they have to do is put in the mission statement.
So 4 is a quorum in our authority at this board right now, but for financial matters.
For financial matters, you need to have a majority. So your majority out of the 7 must pass it. So quorum is simply for us to meet.
Right,
But if we're going to discuss and make motions on financial matters from this authority, then you must have a majority of the 7 agree or disagree with it to pass or kill.
That's not what the bylaws say. That might be somewhere else in the law, like governing how we raise bonds and stuff like that. But I mean, it's not just for meeting, but 4 members can conduct the business of the authority.
I don't
And
see anywhere
exercise all
where
of our
it says
powers.
financial is more.
and if all present 4 is majority,
It's not majority.
No, now there's more than 7.
4 and 3,
We have 9 members.
9
mean-
members,
You know,
9 members.
oh, it's 9, all right. That's right, it's,
Yeah.
okay, that's why, I'm with you now.
Yeah, okay.
I was thinking
But
seven.
if, as you said, Jay, if it's not in there, then I do remember reading that in the Virginia
It's not, I mean, I don't think
code.
it's not important.
Yeah, so first,
I'll look in the code and make sure that that's the full code in 4.5.
I was just gonna suggest that if you could send us all a copy of the bylaws, just so it's the top of our stack, and then we can all look at them, and then if we've got questions or comments, then we can have a more informed discussion, I think.
Okay. If there's nothing else with the bylaws, we'll move to talking about some internal goals as I've laid them out. And we just talked about meetings, so we can talk about that more at your regular meeting in May. Just be keeping in the back of your mind. Do you want to do this work session meeting type of concept? Do you want it to be a meeting every month? And actually, that's just important for staff to know as to how detailed the agendas need to be. Because sometimes the work session items don't call for votes, as you know. They may call for just presentations and things like that, where your meetings actually would be the one where you would take up action. So we can go over that in May. Work groups. I mentioned this when I first spoke to the EDA back in December. I'm kind of a big believer that if you get a couple people and charge them with an assignment, and they can go out and do some research for you and come back and report back, you really get a lot done, because it's hard for the body as a whole to sometimes do things like that. We've learned that any kind of work group, any kind of subcommittee is subject to the Freedom of Information Act. So they have to convene their presence. They have to let the public know what they're doing. And it's never meant to hide from the public, but it was more of a research tool, and really to expedite activity within the authority. So I would just, I think work groups are still good, but I just think whenever we do that, we just have to understand that we have to call them as regular meetings if there's activity.
So did we break the law by going to the Fauquier County Farm?
Yeah, well, I don't like to say you broke the law.
We're going to jail, Gene.
I think the fact that we've researched this thoroughly now, there might not be any excuses, but before it was never really defined, I don't believe.
Well, just two of
It
them.
was just two of you.
Oh, I thought there were three of you.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Well, still,
If it's just two, it still has to be advertised to the public, and you have to invite the public, but you do not have to take minutes. If you go
We
three
did
or
invite the
more,
public.
then you have to start.
Planning Commission chair.
So let me, but that law was written in the order of conducting business, because we just had 3 board of supervisors members and yourself at the Little League opening day. So I believe that the intent of that rule was you're conducting business of the group, not simply you're in the same location.
Right, if you're discussing anything that has to do with the EDA, when you go like to Fauquier, then it is an open meeting.
Yep.
If you're going to a baseball game together or dinner, don't talk about the EDA.
But so, if we skip down, C is like really important. I think that's a game changer, having a part-time or full-time. And that position would be the one then to go out. Number
And
C,
document.
Well,
number C is the game changer.
or even the staff that you currently have within the county. Obviously, we would be we're you're the resource.
Yeah.
The staff resource. But I know many of you have talked about taking maybe more of a low active role. Going to the field trip that you did was a first step in that. If 2 people entertain a prospect that comes into the county, that would be something that I guess it would fall under this rule. So if one person went, it'd be okay. But again, I just like the work group concept. I think I've seen it work, but at the same time, we're under some constraints. So it might just be that maybe one person gets an assignment. To do something.
So let me ask something real quick. Because when we're talking about entertaining a prospect, at certain times, that would be closed session information that's being discussed, where an NDA needs to be signed. So the two people do not have the authority to call a quorum in order to enter into a closed session. So how exactly do we do that?
I think if Kenny and I were gonna go talk to somebody about possibly
Coming to the county.
coming to the county,
Yeah.
that's what I think. we're
Well,
talking
that's what I'm talking about.
But we don't have Kenny and I don't have the ability to bind the authority, but we can have conversations with businesses about potential and what they would need and, how the authority could help them. That's all information that we could gather for consideration by the.
But that would be open
But
to
we
the
would have
public.
to apparently, I guess.
And
So-
some of that, a business would not want to, if it's a new business. And the reason I bring it up is because we had a distillery looking to, or a brewery looking to come here. When you're meeting with them, because we had that meeting with them here at the county offices, that was an NDA sign that was discussing their business plan, that was discussing their financials. Because to truly be able to say what the EDA and the county can provide for them coming to the county, they may not want to disclose that. And that if it's got to be an open session, that's my concern, is that we would not have the ability to talk to them about real things that they would need to do, what we would need to see. I would just want to know for sure that that interpretation of that is accurate from the code.
So that, I think maybe the important thing, I think to your point, is making sure that maybe we do these, if we're representing the authority on a fact-finding mission in any kind of extent, sounds like we have to do that individually, unless we do.
That's what I'm understanding.
So then we would want to have some kind of just maybe an understanding amongst the people here that if we are to have a conversation with a business or a farm or a whatever, that we're just in touch with staff to make sure that we're not.
All right,
Without
question, you were
doing our
saying to
thing.
do with number C, of having extra person here. Now, Kelly, you went, is that to be the same thing, or is that different?
Well, it would,
No, I'm not a member of.
No, I was talking about, you was talking about number C, having more people.
Well,
would
whether it
assume
be
that-
us or whether you
Yeah.
retain more staff, you can only limit yourself to one member of the authority who could participate in those discussions.
20 staff.
Yes.
That's what I mean, but that would fall under the same rules than if you had the staff and Jay with them.
But to the back to the, because I do think it's important that we understand, and sorry, this may seem tedious, but just understand what we did, right?
Right.
What, the rules that govern. So if Mead and I were gonna go and talk to the food line about adding corns, right?
That's a good example.
We would just have to, the public notification that we were gonna do that. We would have to post on the county website that the chair of the EDA and somebody else in the EDA are gonna go and meet at the food line to have a conversation. Would we have to be, how detailed do we have to be in the notification about the content of the meeting? Or is it just that there will be a meeting of?
but no, I'm sorry, go
Is
ahead.
there any way that we can, in the previous, I know, I hate the time, like the timeline is difficult,
Yeah.
right? But is there any way that we can approve a closed meeting in the month before for a future time? No.
No, because you must
It's gotta
state the
happen immediately.
specifics. So
You
you,
have to have an open meeting in order to have a closed meeting.
Yeah.
So like in that situation, if two of you went to food line, you'd have to open the meeting. Then you'd have to go into closed session.
and the notification is simply to notify the public that the meeting is occurring, but not only that, but it's now open to the public for their view.
But as you can
And that
tell,
goes
by,
against what you just said, many a times those conversations. need to be held in a
Absolutely.
Properly called closed session.
It's somewhat absurd.
So this is,
Well, I think many argue that it's gone to the extreme.
So is that why that office doesn't ever tell us what's going on, which is a whole nother subject.
Which office?
I don't know what's over there.
I think it's the planning office.
Well, I hope we,
I know what it's
I
like.
hope we've tried to improve on that.
It's a brief policy.
The other side-
But it's not really their responsibility to report to you. I think it's the staff, it'll be the county administrator's office that's responsible for that.
You think you're not getting information, you need to be talking to us.
This is not.
We feel like we've been getting it, whatever comes in our school.
So maybe.
I mean, it's the right answer. I'm just saying, if you got 3 things breaking ground, I don't think a single one is no valid problem. It becomes, we hear about it after water cooler.
And my understanding with this code was that we could have up to 2 meet without calling for a public meeting and advertising. Once we went to 3, that is when we had to have a meeting and go and publicize the meeting. Because then it was
I can
3 and
read
above.
you- I sent a specific question to the FOIA council. I even said that what we're wanting is 2 members of the board, the EDA board, to work together, possibly out in the site, just going and gathering information to bring back to the board. And the response from the FOIA Council of Virginia is a subcommittee comprised of 2 members is still a subcommittee subject to FOIA. If there are 2 or 3 members on a committee or subcommittee, then a quorum would be 2 members. And anytime 2 members get together to discuss committee or subcommittee business, it would be considered a meeting subject to FOIA, i.e. it must be noticed and open to the public.
Read that the last 2 sentences again. Anytime 2 members get together.
Anytime 2 members get together to discuss committee or subcommittee business, it's considered a meeting subject to FOIA, meaning it must be noticed and open to the public. There is another part of the code that
No.
says about minutes.
That means we
Minutes-
have to keep it to 1 person.
Oh, yeah.
Minutes shall be recorded at all open meetings. However, they're not required if any committee or subcommittee has been appointed by the governing body of the county.
Okay, so the way that one possible workaround is that the subcommittee involves one of us and somebody from staff.
Well, the staff can't be a member of your subcommittee. Staff will be a supportive mechanism
Okay,
for
but say-
everything.
But the idea is
Right.
that the workaround would be that we get somebody involved from staff and we have the leadership is provided by the committee.
Exactly.
But you said that if this is approved by the Board of Supervisors, which is our governing body,
Correct.
Is there a better-
That
Then
minutes
we do
don't have to
not-
be
is there a better-
what's that?
Just minutes don't have to be taken. It still has to be a public meeting and it still has to be open to the public. And it has to be advertised.
What is the requirement for notice?
Good
At least 3 days, or in the case of a special call meeting, you have to give notice to the public at the same time you give notice to each other.
Okay.
So can you send that to us all
Yes,
so
I'll
we can
send all
read it
that to
and
you.
burn it into our brains? Okay. So we've got the bylaws, the Virginia code relative to EDA requirements, form those things, meeting notices, number of people.
I don't think that having it, understanding that if we were gonna have a deep dive conversation with somebody about locating here in the county, then yeah, that would be all closed session, and presumably there would be a lot of conversations that would take place before you get to that point. I don't think that going to have a preliminary or pie in the sky conversation, I don't need to keep bringing up.
I think if we cold call Waffle House, let's just say.
Yeah.
I call it, or I called Dodge actually, Dodge Ram,
Mhm.
try to get in with their business development team. I guess that doesn't, but if we then send information or have them come to view sites.
I think it just meant if you and I went to meet with Dr. We would have to notify the public and give them the opportunity to come with us.
Well,
And I'm sure we gave people notice of this meeting.
Yes.
yeah,
Chris, if you go back and you look at what you've got in front of you, that says if we meet to discuss business.
Okay.
What about if we're talking on the phone or corresponding?
phone, email, all of that is, yeah.
Anytime you
As long
get
as if
together
there's,
to
if there's more than
discuss-
one of
yeah.
you,
Yep.
that constitutes a meeting.
A text
In
message.
every single venue.
Yep, even an email.
Phone,
We're never-
yeah.
Well, yeah, we got to make tall grass short here. As I say, my business.
Sure.
Number C, It's exciting. I've been pushing for that.
So I'll ask, because the last time we discussed this was when we went to Roanoke Hotel Roanoke, and basically there was an EDA meeting there throughout the state. And one of the questions that I asked from one of our guest speakers, who was a professional business development person who was hired on in Lynchburg, and I asked the question, tell me what makes this worthwhile? Why should I hire you? What do you bring to me that you have a return on investment? And they basically said, there isn't anything. For most business development, that even if you hire for business, unless we detail out, like, you need to bring something that is measurable to the county that we can measure. You're going to bring in this many prospects. We're going to land this many businesses in the county. How do you know that the business development arm that you have hired is really doing what it needs to do? So that would be my question as we're looking to hire somebody full-time or part-time. What are we trying to achieve with them that we can measure and ensure that we're getting bang for the buck?
I think you might be ahead of us. I'm not sure that we're planning to do that yet.
Well, I thought that's what C is,
Well,
full or part-time staff.
again, this is visionary.
Sure.
Many EDAs have higher staff. You have to have a budget, obviously, a funding mechanism, unless the supporting governing body, which is the board of supervisors, wants to fund it for you. I just put this out there that as we're looking down the road, is that something that this body is interested in employing? They would be your employee. It wouldn't be the board of supervisors employee. Now, if I was to recommend to the board that we hire a director of economic development, that person would work for me.
Right.
But if you're looking to just hire, say, it could even be a consultant, like you have RKG is doing something. If you had an economic development consultant, West Point does that. We met with him earlier this week. Mr. Kelly, I think. That person would, you would have a job description and expectations that this authority wanted him to, or her to achieve. And it could be somebody that's doing a lot of your legwork for you. You know, we're doing our best to keep up with it. But at the same time, when somebody's dedicated to something, the results are probably more favorable.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
My recommendation, and this goes back from a year or two ago, would be that it would be a split position in the planning office. Because right now, if there's an infraction with a business on Route 360 or a piece of property, what's the first thing I get to them? Well, we don't go out chasing it. You know, we're on a per condition. Basically, someone has to get written up in this county if there's an issue. So there's a lot of stuff that goes along with the tooth. So I think if we had a split position to where one person is I don't want to say code enforcement, but then they're also split with business development. So I think the two go hand in hand. And then I think that there's a lot of new business opportunity that comes through those doors that, this person could be the person to kind of take it and then help that individual rather than it go to the individuals there. Not saying that they're the right or wrong people, but there's a lot on their plate. And I have walked prospects into that office and we get bombarded with, well, you need to do this and do this and do this. Well, there's 20 people not following the rules. So I think it being a split position, because that's the best way to justify it. It could be a third helper for them, but then it can also be someone who's business development oriented.
We've got so many, like the whole field is in front of us, right? And I just as we're talking about all these things, you eat an elephant a bite at a time. Right. And so we got all this stuff. And so we're talking about what was done in the past and, enforcement and this and that. And I think it might be helpful if we just narrow down to just like what's right in front of us and what's the one thing we can hit a single on and get focused on that. then maybe we can get some energy and some momentum and wind in the sails and grow it out. But we're just, there's so much to do, you know? You know, so I guess what I'm trying to suggest is, I'm overwhelmed at the elephant, right? And so I just wonder, be interested, what do you all think about just like agreeing to focus on like what the single is, you know? Let's just do one thing and focus on that and get that done.
May I interject here? I apologize. And by the way, when you're tired of hearing my voice, just tell me and I will stop speaking. But this is exactly what, and I don't mean to jump around, but what you're talking about now is exactly what we are hoping to accomplish in the phase 2 work, which is to define a very specific strategy of what the EDA's mission is and what that one single, using your term, need, and then defining what we want to accomplish, which will then determine whether or not a part-time or a full-time position is even necessary. And if it is necessary, what type of person you would need to hire. Because within economic development, there are a number of different avenues you could pursue. There's marketing, there's business retention, there's communication and outreach, and all those things require a different specialty or different skill set. And so you want to the point you were making me, you want to define what you're going to be doing, at least first, maybe first and second, based on the resources you have available to you. So then you can make the determination of whether or not you need a full-time staff member. So that's my 2 cents on it. Is I think you're going down the right road. I would just think that, you know, we need to kind of coalesce and figure out exactly what that is, so that then you can come up with a strategy of whether or not you think there's going to be value add and what the metrics need to be, to go back to the earlier conversation, so that you can determine whether or not you're getting value out of that investment, whether it's a part-time person, a full-time person, or it's a contractor that you bring on board to work with you on a case-by-case basis.
Kyle, I'll give you a reaction. I learned a long time ago, I get smarter the more people I talk to, right? The more I listen. And so we've hired you to help us get there, wherever there is. And so I'm just, what I'm trying to suggest is that this kind of dialogue is helpful. And so the input's much appreciated.
And also and maybe I'm misunderstanding and I apologize, but the comment about being part of code enforcement, I would advise you that your economic development director, who's supposed to be the pro-business person, also doesn't moonlight as the rules follower person that can send a conflicting message to your marketplace. I'm not saying that they should be encouraging people to break the rules. I'm just saying when that person shows up to talk to a business, they can't be concerned that they're also looking out for code violations, for example.
So but focus on what the next hit is. We don't even have to have those discussions. Like we just get focused on like getting the next thing done.
Fair enough.
Well, you know, I'm not going to dismiss your comment, because I think it's very, very important. Internally, there's an awful lot of dialogue that's going on. You know, the planning director is relatively new in her position. She's been in the county for a while, but she's been elevated. Steve's new in his role. Of course, I'm 5 months in. I think we're trying to understand the dynamics as to all about everything that goes through the planning office and how that information trail is done. You know, there's some frustration out there in the development community that we don't operate quick enough, for instance, or the process is cumbersome compared to some other localities that developers and contractors have to work with. We're trying to see the best practices that are out there in other places and try to apply them here. We're going to get there, and Tara makes a good point. Obviously, the obstacles that face us in the past, we're trying to take them down one at a time. And I think we're going to have a much better process as time evolves. But what I'm, again, going back to why this agenda item is on here, all of you have attended numerous meetings over sometimes the years with this authority. You're here today trying to figure out things that's going to move you forward. And showing vision for the future is having a staff member, either full-time, part-time, or even on a contractual basis, an asset to the authority, or is the authority satisfied that county administration will continue to support you? And obviously, we would support the paid employee if that's what it is. But that's what I kind of want you to be thinking based on your experiences. And many of you have sat in this authority a long time. You've seen the good and the bad of it, I guess. So that's what we're looking for. What's been missing over the years, that if you had that piece in place, you think that maybe we would have. And I know we're going to cover some other things that you guys thought were good ideas that maybe were shot down somewhere down the road. Well, I've been told by my bosses that blackboard has been erased, that the ideas that are coming from this authority need to be heard, they need to be received, they need to have good dialogue. It doesn't mean everything's going to be agreed upon, but we're way past that. We can't approach anybody or can't approach the next level. I'm not getting that from the 5 people that hired me. And that's why we've spent so much time trying to create this synergy among you, because I think there's never been a better time, I've been told in recent years, where we can move forward, and a lot of the things that have been frustrating in the past, we can get there. So again, just to stay on subject with the full part-time staffing, we're not going to decide whether we do it today, but I just want you to be thinking about, has that been a missing piece? And if it has, and you say, well, we probably could accomplish more had we had this in place, then it's up to you and the board of supervisors to decide how to fund something like that. And
And I
then,
think also really important, like you said earlier, is that person an employee of the Economic Development Authority, or is that person an employee of the county? Because those are different things,
they are,
and we should be really focused.
because they are. And I think, I think autonomy is important. I mean, we all want to work together. Relationships should intermingle. But, the authority has its own set of goals and responsibilities. And if you decide to retain personnel, then they should report to, I guess it would be the chairman and the vice chairman at the time of their absence. And but that doesn't mean we just sit back and, no, I mean, it's still all part of a growing government and the accomplishments that we're trying to get to. But if a missing staff person has been a hole in your and you moving forward in previous years, then I think it's worth some further discussion that, again, your single might be hiring a contracted person, so as opposed to a full-time person. And then eventually you might be.
So the first step is to figure out what the next step is, right? And to get agreement, consensus on what that single is. And then that may lead to a discussion where we need some help.
That's right.
Right, we've got Kyle.
Well, you do. I mean, obviously, we have very credible contractual arrangements with groups. I mean, Kyle's group is great. I think the Hill group did what they had to do for the whole county with the comp plan. So I'm just saying, any combination can work based on what this authority thinks is important for the county. So remember what you are. You're an economic development authority. So you want all the pieces, you want all the tools in your hands to be able to be successful. And that's kind of the whole, again, keep reminding you of the purpose here today. What tools have been lacking? We're trying to figure out how to get those tools in place so that you guys can be successful.
So I've already said that I get more people to talk to. So I just, it's open for dialogue, but I'd like to suggest that we give you permission to keep us on track and to move us so that we're coming out of this meeting with agreement on.
That's fine. That's where we're headed.
Can I ask a question real quick,
Sure.
kind of along this lines? If we're talking about the internal goals and everything, currently our budget is what per year, and where does that come from? How much do we get per year in a budget?
Right now, it's we have money in there for the next phase that's right, and then there's some just basic.
But
Yeah,
did we just propose to the board,
you just proposed what you wanted.
what
Board
was
said-
that? What was that?
I don't have it in front of me, but it was, I think there's 22, 25, phase 2 on RKG. Another 5 or 10 for professional services,
Yeah, I brought that up.
and not much else.
That's all, not much else.
Okay,
Which, you know, that in itself, Brian, is troubling. Because, when you're taking on a mammoth of authority, in trying to be the lead engine for economic development authority, you don't have, that's one tool you don't have. You don't have the financial wherewithal. And, you have financial wherewithal if we were to recruit prospects and to deliberate financial, situations with prospects, the board would have to give permission to spend that money, but the county or the authority can recommend how that money could be used.
did we request any capital improvements funding be allocated to us?
You still got 800,000.
But that's dedicated to broadband, correct?
No.
So they
No,
have
no,
taken
that's
that earmark
separate
off?
from the 225 that was dedicated to broadband.
Okay,
So that's getting used for broadband, but 800 is still left that has not been allocated. It was what was left of the original $2 million set aside for economic development and capital.
okay.
So we burned an hour this morning. And I don't know that we've really advanced things. I would really like to ask you to push us along and drive this.
I have to ask a question because we've got to understand what we're walking into here. And if this authority doesn't understand what money is available
That's fair.
or anything like that, then simply going through the numbers on this agenda doesn't help us at the end of the day.
That's totally fair. Chris, can you send around, give everybody your copy of the plan, so they'll have that information.
Well, what won't be in that budget is that dollar amount that's out there for economic development recruiting.
And that 800,000 still has to be proposed from this authority, but it is open to anyone that brings in a economic development project. It's not just from this authority. $800,000
Yes.
is set aside from the county. That is not just for the
That's
EDA.
correct. But I don't know. I can't see in my time here, and I think Steve feels the same way. I can't see moving forward that any project is ever going to come into the county that's not going to run through this body. Now, if
Understood.
that hasn't been the practice, again, way in the past.
Never been practiced.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, that's not how I work, because otherwise you shouldn't exist. And you do exist. So, and I think the board understands that's what they want to have happen. Just like a zoning, a situation has to go through the planning commission by law. Well, there may not be a law that says the Economic Development Authority has to see economic development projects, but it should still happen. It should be born here. It should be vetted here. And then the board is nothing more sometimes than just the approving body for funding. And also just, is it a good fit for the county? You know, obviously they have to make the final call for that.
Right.
Let me ask something here. 800,000 is left over from 2 million. That's capital, that's the whole county capital improvement budget?
No,
No?
there, it was
I
what,
never
6
heard
years
they-
ago, 4 years ago, the county allocated $2 million to set it aside in capital for economic development.
Well,
For
economic.
it's called
It was the infrastructure.
infrastructure fund, infrastructure capital.
That's always kind of been outside in my thinking. I remember our budget being just years ago, 30, 40,000.
Yeah, so that's outside the budget.
That's right.
That's not,
right.
here's what we
That's-
want to do this year. That is for if you or somebody in the county or whoever had a project and they want a match fund or they
Right.
want to say.
Right.
this
So yeah, I look
infrastructure
at that as
can do this.
outside you know, it's designated. for
It is,
EDA.
Well,
and that's why we're saying.
I would never use that. I would never use that money to hire an employee.
Absolutely.
Right, right.
Because that's an ongoing expense. you could use that money to hire a contractual service, because at some point that service.
But
Buy
Gene,
a piece of property and flip it. and
Yeah.
that'd be what it-
Or if we needed to connect somebody to the existing sewer and water treatment and they didn't have that funding, or it was more than what they wanted to spend, we could come in and say, we'll give you this
Yeah.
much to help you with that.
I still look at it outside of our
Yes.
little budget.
Yeah.
It's always been. under
That's why I wanted to
50,000.
make the point that that is open to the entire county government to utilize. It's
Right.
not just for the E EDA.
But I think that maybe to connect some of the dots, kind of back to what hopefully we'll get to with the RKG study is we start to identify the specific initiatives of the EDA and what we want to get done. We should be conscious of what tools are at our disposal that allow us to earn revenue so that the money that we have to spend becomes ours.
Yes.
And so, and this isn't to fuss at anybody or anything, but if you remember the kitty litter plant, right? We were, part of this was my fault that we weren't as involved in that conversation at the front end enough to say, we want to take a fee, you know, for facilitating that deal. So like when we are involved as a conduit to get something done in the county, then we need to be, I think, more entrepreneurial as a body to make sure that we're earning money so that we can then take that money and do projects with it ourselves.
I guess fair.
Cut yourself
That's
short.
That's what the attorneys do when they do the loans.
Right.
They take a piece off of the top.
Right.
And that's my concern with looking at hiring someone in, is that our budget is contingent upon being able to talk the board into giving us the budget now. We don't have anything that is ours that we can say, I don't need to ask permission anymore. So if the board did not, you know, we lose favor with the board because they're have a new vote coming up, and we lose that favor, then we may lose our position simply because they don't want to fund it anymore. Until we become self-sufficient, as Jay said, that person really doesn't belong to us. We're at the mercy of the county.
But if we bought the property, then we sold it, the money, if we made money on it, does that money belong to the board or does it go back to the county?
That was
It would depend on the
stipulated,
terms of the
yeah.
acquisition. So if we went to the county and said, I want $500,000 to buy a piece of property, and they said, here you go, and it's deeded to us, then we can do whatever we want.
But also in terms of the part-time employee, if we secured like an agreement, if the vote was asking for 20 hours a week for 5 years,
Mhm.
we would be beyond kind of.
You can't
anybody
encumber a new
voting.
board.
Mm.
So that's a rule that they must follow, that they can't encumber the next board that comes in. So I'm not sure how that would legally play out.
Well, I mean, just look at government generally. I mean, boards change sometimes every election. Your operation is still the same. I mean, employees are still in those offices. So even though you can't encumber the next board to keep them hired. It's by general practice, that usually is the case.
Right.
And that would probably be the case here, I would say.
Now, when I first came on this board back, whatever it was, to early 2000s or somewhere along in there, we had two consultants, Greg Kelly and Bill Stafford, that were paid as consultants.
Right, right.
And they would report to us at our quarterly meetings. And they were doing the legwork of going out there trying to find,
Yeah,
prospects.
and Greg Kelly's worked with us many times before, and we have even discussed the possibility between this authority and West Point's authority of sharing Mr. Kelly between the two, and each of us pay part-time for sharing there. Now, I would prefer or would hope that the authority in West Point and the authority up here would recognize that economic development within West Point or economic development within the greater part of King William benefits both parties. So splitting and sharing and all of that, I understand we have two different budgets that apply to each one, but I think we just have to be smarter with it. I don't want to keep dragging on about it. I just wanted to know where we were with the budget.
Sure. We've talked about field trips. We now know it has to be one of you with staff, if you want staff involved. And I think the chairman makes assignments, or if you field a prospect, it's always good to touch base with the chairman and the vice chairman and let them know what's going on, and then they can decide how that information flows to each of you. Because it's not a meeting if you inform each other of things. It's a meeting when you meet for the purpose of making a decision. Keep that in mind. You can send emails to the whole, you as chairman could send one to everybody. But if you're saying, hey, what's your thoughts? We need to make a decision on something, then you've broken the meeting rule. But if you're just giving out information, then you're good. So. And then the buying and selling the property, I understand this come up. We've talked about a little bit this morning. You know, we've been looking at inventories of property that might possibly be a candidate for the EDA to have. Honestly, our inventory in that regard is pretty slim. But you know, we've talked about some things that could be existing at the Commerce Park, for instance. There's some opportunity there if private development doesn't come through. There's some other places that possibly you may be able to buy land cheap and maybe flip it back to a greater purpose. But I know that whatever those proposals were in the past, if there were properties that were discussed at that time, the current board of supervisors is interested in hearing about that again. Because I think was under a former board, and some of the members are no longer on it. So,
Percy, when y'all did the inventory, did y'all look at the Newport News properties?
I've looked over them briefly.
Have they changed value of what they want for
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I saw it in the news. I think they've sold some of them already, but as far as I know, they haven't sold the big piece on
them? The big piece.
on the Mattaponi.
we're going to get that list finalized and possibly and that's a closed session item that's legitimate, that we would go back and talk about property, because we're talking about entering into contracts with potential people. If it's our property, then we can, obviously the government can deal with it. So anything else on that one? That'll be coming. I think I'm hearing it's a good idea though. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. So we'll move forward with that. Okay, number 6 is an exercise, and I know we're trying to move along, but I think it's worth it. I'd like for each member, does everybody have something to write on, or at least a device that you can add something to? I'd like for you to do 2 things. I'd like for you to list, and don't limit yourself to any particular number, but I'd like for you to list in your mind, in your experiences, I guess you're all residents of the county. What do you consider the strengths in our economic development? If we're recruiting businesses and whether they be retail or industrial, what are some strengths that you feel like if you were talking to a prospect, you were right here today, and you're trying to sell the county to them, what would be some things that you would list as strengths? And then on the other column, the same thing. You'd have to kind of apologetically say, well, these are kind of our weaknesses, but we want you to overcome them with our strengths. So list your strengths, list your weaknesses that you feel like that the county and its economic development effort exists today. I'm giving you about 5 minutes maybe or less. And then are you going to put them on the board, or how are we going to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. That way we can get them up there and see how many of you might have duplication, how many of you have things that are missing. And and I know everybody will be as candid as you can, because there could possibly be more weaknesses than strengths. That's what we're here to overcome. Hopefully that's not the case, but it could be.
Where'd you say the little?
It's up towards the top.
Oh, I see it.
It's in memory, so I do that was my test to see if it would change.
You might want to move your weaknesses headline over a little bit, Steve.
Oh, that's some fancy stuff.
That way you have two distinct categories.
Whoa,
Dave,
that
this
is
might
thick.
be the first time we've used it. For this part.
Guess this doesn't have a page forward like the other program we were working with.
Doesn't look like it.
Let me know when everybody's done and we'll start rattling them off. Ready? Always add to it as we go along, but I think we didn't get started. Stephanie, can I call on you to let's start with strengths.
I think our location being that we're 30 minutes basically from 64, 95, 295 in the northern neck. We have a very central location for getting access.
Very good. Got any others?
The only other one I was saying is that compared to the Hanover, Henrico, Richmond area, if there was a company that needed more expansion of land, there's potential out here more than they would have up there.
Right? Okay, strength?
Growing population. And the other one was sort of along the lines of available land, we're wide open, so.
We'll work our way back up here. William, do you have any strength?
We're still kind of an emerging economy, I think. And so there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of businesses that we need
Absolutely.
for our growing population. So I just feel like it's not as settled as like Hanover and Henrico, and so there's more opportunity.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, there's things we don't have that if they were to drop them here,
Would do well.
there's really not a lot of competition. You know, you could have one of something and it would fit, it would be exciting for people. So, good. Do you have any others? Strength?
Natural resources.
Okay. That's a good one. So one of them last night. Steve's place.
Oh,
Beautiful.
use the privilege we have.
Anybody, you know, any others? Strength?
Have already been covered.
Jay?
I was gonna hit on the natural resources, the access to the rivers, state park that's here.
Yeah.
I don't know what to start. I don't know.
I'm
if it-
sorry, go ahead.
Just to play on because the location and kind of where we sit, and you wonder what economic opportunities are available uniquely to us because of kind of being a portal to the Middle Peninsula. So how could we leverage the location as a competitive advantage for some industry that would come out of the Northern Neck?
Are you gonna write it up? Okay, Charlie, go ahead.
Well, I said same thing with location using 360 corridor, but also on 360, we have broadband already. And also we have natural gas on 360. So there are two strengths that we have.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
One of the ones I had that I guess weren't covered was,
Let Steve catch up just a minute.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't want to get-
Doing great, Steve.
No, none of us are watching you,
Natural
right?
gas. I put
quick.
parentheses, natural gas.
Well, you right.
Right. And we got broadband in certain locations.
Right, well, I'm just
And
saying.
it's getting ready to expand.
Yeah.
obviously.
Well, it's just a plus.
Yeah, it is.
Clearly, we don't live on
Okay.
those corridors.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I guess my comment to add to land is road frontage. We have a lot of road frontage, so it kind of plays off of the,
Yeah.
you know, the northern neck thing. And then, it's my belief that our county residents, you know, are well off. They do have money. I mean, there's far off, you know, the northern neck, other counties that are not as, you know, a lot of our residents who travel into Richmond do have very good jobs. A lot of these homes here were acquired previous to the COVID spike. So people have really good equity in homes.
Per capita income, I think might be the way to say that.
I know we're not Hanover per capita, but I think we're still really well off the last couple times I've checked it.
Demographics tell that, sure. Okay, Gene?
Location, of course, location. I've always heard we're in the middle of the golden triangle.
Yeah.
DC, Richmond, and Newport News, Virginia Beach, we're right in that golden triangle. And we need to take advantage of that. People come through here all the time from DC to Virginia
Yeah.
Beach. Like as I call it, the scenic route, instead of taking the interstate.
17 is another way to get there.
Yeah, and a lot of those been said, but also I think our rural setting is a strength. You know, I know we're trying to attract businesses, but we want to keep that rural setting to make, hey, come over here and locate and enjoy the rural atmosphere too with your business.
I mean, I know we didn't talk about schools. I don't have a kid in the schools. My wife was a teacher. We're not the best, but we're not horrible either. You know, Hanover, I guess would be up there. And then there's us and King and Queen. And I think it might
Well,
drop off even beyond
I
that.
would always hope that education is in that category. But I think that's a subjective argument that everybody can make, that it could possibly be in the other category.
Yeah.
But our graduation rate is high.
Schools are safe.
We have a number of kids that go to college every year.
Yeah,
or
the
go to
percentage of graduates from King William is way up there.
Yeah,
compared to
so
a
I
lot
mean,
of other schools.
I think there's a whole lot more strengths than there are, you know, weaknesses. What I'm hearing. You got excellent football team. I'm hearing from the superintendent is there's offerings that they want to do, and they either don't have the facilities to be able to do them, or possibly the budget to hire teachers that would have to be funded outside of the state formula that you know, drama is a good example for that. You know, just things like that. So, but I think you putting education in the strength category that's where it belongs. So, okay, I think we're you now.
Yeah, okay. So I wrote timber, gravel and fuller's earth.
What was that? Gravel, what?
Gravel and fuller's earth.
Say it again.
Colors are?
Fuller's earth.
Like clay.
Oh, okay, all right, no using big words. on it too much. It's like, I'm with you now.
Ag, so we've got, you know, plenty of ag going on here. We've got proximity to some regional event parks that draw from like states away. We've got water on 3 sides. We've got hunting and fishing opportunities. We've got knowledge about agricultural and timber here that is, I mean, we've got lots of farms, right? So there's a knowledge base here that may not be available in other areas. And we've got grit, we got people that just make it happen.
Question to this trip, with the Indian tribes? do something
Yeah,
more
that would
about
be a good one. We're the only county that has
I didn't-
On the
2
East Coast.
reservations.
On the
Yep.
East Coast.
Well, the only one in
Yeah.
Virginia.
Yeah,
two.
railroad.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
But
when I was in school,
dedicated
only
land.
2. There was 3.
Yeah, dedicated
Now, 3. The other
reservations.
ones had
Dedicated.
originally a monkey and map and I home.
Right.
But now, the
What-
third one.
3 are recognized, only 2 have dedicated land.
Yes.
My question to you is how is that, what do they bring to the table when you're talking about economic development?
Culture.
Tourism, culture.
Well, the other Mattaponi put that medical center.
Yep.
So they have some resources.
Because that's what, again, you're sitting in a room with a prospect, and if you mention that particular thing, how would they react? Would they be excited? Would they say, oh, you don't know?
No, I think they'd be excited,
Yeah,
especially
that's-
if you've got somebody diversity minded.
That's why they're in that category, sure. Okay. Any other strengths that anybody might have?
Talk about
So-
railroad.
Yes, sir.
Well, so
Courthouse, Chelsea Plantation, you got a lot of different,
Historic resources, I guess,
Yes.
Steve? I'm trying to find more and more of those.
Should have written.
Got a guy out there.
Should have. I wanted you guys to be able to read it.
Foundation of the old tavern of years ago. I thought he was trying to cut grass in this little machine.
I did too.
What it was, yeah, it was some kind of a
Everybody
machine
wears-
that can locate what's under the ground,
I didn't know if you would stop the meeting.
Yes.
Was that what you saw the other day?
Railroad, that's what I saw. Railroad,
Railroad.
Probably use it, but you should, but
no, there is rail,
yeah,
that's right.
you can't. Probably hard to put those in later.
So, I had timber, gravel, fuller's or agricultural land, proximity to event parks, regional event parks. We've got water, Pamunkey and Mattaponi. We've got hunting and fishing. Right. We've got a knowledge base about ag and timber that's not found, I mean, it's unique to us. We've got some really smart people. And we've got grit.
question. If you look at that different type of industries like Kellogg's cornflakes or something, you have a big granary down here and one in Tappahannock, so easy access to grain storage. I don't know if that would be a plus.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, one of them like Pilgrims or the, I don't know. how many
Granary?
chicken Really.
Yeah.
Agricultural resources.
Well, they all to Tyson for both locations, but on the Purdue, is, their own Purdue stuff, but you're talking millions of bushels of grain.
Sure.
And they need rail and water, and we have both those.
Yes.
Is the grain storage, is it accessible by water?
Yes,
Mhm.
plus water and rail.
I mean,
Coming up later, it's one of the
right?
higher ed techs
That's right. That's right.
Is what?
entities.
Right.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
So we've got deep water.
I'd be careful with deep water.
Who you dredge it?
Yeah, you would have to dredge it because getting into the Mattaponi side, you would have to come across, that bridge was built over top of vehicles that were thrown into the river in order to provide a base
You
there.
can't push barges up.
Never heard of that.
Yeah,
Well,
But that's the Mattaponi side, the Pamunkey side.
the monkey side, but you've still
Monkey side
got,
was done that way. Map, I don't know. Monkey, I know. But
Well-
see, they used to bring big boats all the time up to the mill. I'm talking about horse and boats.
So how do they get the grain that's accessible to
Tugboat.
water?
that granary is not that far up the river. I think we need to look at where we're saying deep water. off the point, because this got brought up earlier this week in a conversation about, Henrico was putting in a, or I'm sorry, Charles City is putting in a, yacht slip or boat slip over there, and they've gotten a lot of investors in there. Our best place to do that is right at the tip of West Point. That's probably where you have the best deep water there. Coming up underneath the bridges, it starts to get shallow and needs to be dredged, because that's what they had looked at before with West Point.
They're all the way up to Cold Creek. Guy Wall's 145-foot yacht comes up where they and goes on the other side of Cold Creek. So I know, in fact, that's a very good boat.
Again, just looking at displacement, I would be careful with saying deep water.
Right.
Define where your deep water is, would be something that we needed to do.
And I guess it's relative.
Yes.
Are we talking about a yacht or are we talking about commercial?
Yeah. Am I bringing up an aircraft carrier, deep water?
The airport isn't that big, but it's big enough to where it can promote economic development. So we do have, yeah, you do have access to a small airfield.
You can put that with the rail.
That's better than no
What's
airfield
that?
at all.
An airport, air was there, small airport.
Right up from West Point, yeah. It's actually in Kings Point. And it's bound, but we're on point.
We have a brand
All
new
right.
pavilion.
Tiffany, you want to start the weaknesses?
Limited water access, I think, in a lot of areas, like if we're, and then,
Drinkable.
Are you talking about water and sewer?
yes, water and sewer,
Okay, yes.
limited water and sewer, and then, currently still limited with broadband.
Make it limited infrastructure, and you took off of one line.
Right?
Infrastructure was one of my weaknesses within the county, and also tax rates. Not just looking at personal property, but other tax rates, machinery and tools, and other business taxes that are out there. And then the last one is, honestly, some may hate me, but clear vision. What are we looking to do? We have a continuous fight between rural and economic development.
I had infrastructure and I also had vision, this is only my second meeting, but as a longtime resident of the county, I would say that there isn't a lot of kind of understanding of what our plans is.
I was focused mostly on the infrastructure piece.
Well,
Oh, one of the weaknesses, I think, if we had industry walked in that door today, we have nothing for it. Where we go? If something came development for tomorrow,
you talking about
land,
Developed sites.
develop site,
Oh, a ready.
Ready.
What do they call it?
Pad ready site.
Ready-made site.
Shovel ready site?
yeah,
Pad or building.
Yeah.
yeah, something that, you can't have industry, because everything you watched the other day, we saw. It's like the movie, build it, they'll come.
Are there any sites in the Commerce Park? I don't know.
Yes, there are sites.
There's sites with nothing on them.
Yep.
And just like West Point down here with their, there's plenty of room, but there's no infrastructure put up for nothing, And it's the same principle as what I do. I plant a seed, hope to make money. The same thing here, we have to plant a seed before we go in.
I think we have smaller spaces that are available though. Just not larger spaces, industrial size spaces, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you have one or two of them that could be combined,
Right.
make a bigger one.
We have a lot of industrial zone.
Industrial zone?
There's a lot of commercial. zone.
We've got very similar, which I think that that's something.
That's
we
what they
bring
were
up.
supposed to,
We-
I thought they were changing that with the comprehensive plan though.
But
You get that bad? You get a drink?
Steve, are you done?
Yes,
sir.
Yeah.
I have, and this is absolutely no dig to the current people in the county, but I would say lack of developers. We have a few, we don't have many, and the few we have, they're again, no dig to anybody or any company, but it's not a big scale shopping center, massive 30,000 square foot under roof. Just trying to word that in the best
You
way.
talking about commercial development?
Yeah, I think on both fronts, we don't have a wide offering. I think we're in the single digits.
HH Hunt, I mean, you've got some big ones. Yeah, on from residential. side.
Yeah, I mean, there again, no dig to them, but like the big big apartments or anything like that.
On the people, if I understand right, is on the developer side, we need people who looking at to put in industry or commercial or something, not just home.
And maybe typically, because you're in that line, it's someone from outside the area that maybe comes that does the work. It wouldn't be a King William based company. I'm just saying, it's the same people
Well,
doing the
like
same
you
stuff
were
every
looking
day.
at
It's not
Homegrown.
it's not an outside
Someone
influence.
from
Someone
the
that's got
developer
Right.
looking at.
dollars that could build a Lidl or an Aldi.
Or establish a corporate office here where they would be consistently doing investment here.
Yeah, I think clear vision, I said not open-minded. There's just been times that we shut things down. And then here's another, don't shoot me, poor appearance. I do think that there's areas of our interstates that do not follow our current code, and it's a deterrent from a view standpoint. Tappahannock looks beautiful now. They've really sunk a lot into it. I feel like we're just in between.
But another weakness we have on our state people. Cut grass twice a year, you have the thing that from the plat and having county have beautiful signs and little flowers. What for when the rest of the place is a mess? I mean,
I agree.
What's the matter?
The highway is not getting cut.
the highway or
The
roads, nothing being
Medians,
fixed.
yeah, medians and every side.
But we take the black eye for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
And our back roads, until we get the code changed where the rural counties will get some money, our roads is gonna go to pieces.
I also think that we've got these beautiful rivers, but we don't have a lot of places to get into them.
Yeah,
Access.
Access, yeah.
very few access points.
And the sites that do have access are small.
Yeah.
You're gonna be lucky to get.
If you came back about them or back up down the hill, you.
Oh, I know. But even like the one on the Pamunkey that's kind of up here in the county, like, that's a tight spot. Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna be lucky to be able to park 2 rigs in there. So not a lot of people can get in there. And then up here at Aylet, that's small too.
Well, and it's a narrow entrance there in Lanesville,
Right.
because that's right by me. So
Mhm.
once you get in, the river is not very wide at that point. You're in a corner, the parking lot area right there is, like you said, 2 people with trailers, and that's it. Probably the best one we have is at West Point.
Mhm.
But are the channels Walmart?
Say that again?
Are the channels
No,
Walmart?
no.
That would be a deterrent.
Well, see, there used to be signs, I don't know if any of y'all know where the dike is down in the York River. Used to be signs showing the dike, oh, that's gone. And if you don't know where you're going, I've seen boats split in half.
I didn't even know there was one.
Soon as you come out to the end of West Point on New Kent side, there's a dike all the way down there to the lighthouse. That's how they pump the channel out for the mill to get the boats and all,
I had, now I'll say this as a weakness, but I'm not sure about our workforce. You said last night, 87% of our workforce goes outside this county to
Right.
work. And I don't think we're attracting a workforce, I don't know how to say this, high class, not high class, but more educated workforce,
White collar.
because we're not building houses to attract them. You know what
I
I'm
think
trying
you
to say?
don't, just don't have, so if I understand you correctly, white collar is what we're looking at instead of blue collar. We have
Right,
plenty of
we
blue
need
collar
to
in
track
this,
that, that's.
in this area, but there's very few white collar businesses that are here. If you had the white collar businesses here, tech, industry, that going, all of that, the scientific corridor that you have here, if that was in this area, you might attract more of that to
Yes,
this area.
we need to attract those types of people, the technology savvy people.
Right.
I think it's somewhat of a weakness.
Anything else? Me?
No, I didn't, let me see.
Okay.
That was been covered.
So utilities, that's already been said, internet. We don't have an interstate. We've got highway, but we don't have an interstate. Let's see. We're 10 miles wide and 60 miles long. That's, and we've got rivers around, right? So that's a little bit of a, we're not right, right? I mean, I think the single biggest thing is we don't have a brand. I mean, what are we? You said this, right? It just, I mean, what's our identity? And having that identity then pulled through everything, from land use to just planning, and it's just that it ought to be like boom, and then that ties into gateways, right? So our gateways ought to reflect who we are, and we don't communicate who we are in our gateways. It's just like Kenny said, right? I mean, it's just a mixed bag, and 28% of our population's over leveraged. That's not a good thing, right? And so that gets into spendable, discretionary income. And then you said 87% of our workforce works somewhere else, commutes. So you drive to, you qualify, and you move closer to Richmond.
Is that an official industry term?
What?
Drive until you qualify?
That's what we used to say. I don't know. We used to-
I also want to add kind of off of one of her strengths is also one of our weaknesses is having limited competition for businesses or other opportunities in businesses, having no drugstore, having no other restaurants and things like that might deter people from wanting to come here because they feel like there's limited things they can do.
Oh, and I agree. Sorry. Is this still your thing?
No,
I thought about, no, in my survey, see, because I do business development, that's what my business does. And
You do what?
business development. So I've always been in the equipment business. And King William always got left out of equipment because the brands either were in Mechanicsville or they were Tappahannock. And there's not enough miles in between to have King William. Well, magically it changed because some Tappahannock people went out of business, some Mechanicsville went out of business, Virginia Outdoors opened, 360 amped up, KTR came, and we went from having no equipment dealers living in this county to I think now what we're up to 3.
Yeah.
And we sell to a lot of them, we distribute to them. So I feel like that's a real herder for a company because if Tappahannock, let's say Tappahannock gets a Wawa and Mechanicsville has one, maybe they could justify here, but they're gonna say, no, we're already there. We don't need to be here. I think that's what's gonna hurt us from a retail standpoint on the go forward, because Tappahannock keeps getting it. We know Mechanicsville's getting it. We're gonna be the stuck in the middle.
When I was thinking of, it kind of ties in with what you're saying, Kenny, and our lack of developers. I don't think we have outside exposure. So we're not a first thought place when someone even outside of us or inside of the county looks to put in a new business. We're not the first thought. So how do we get exposure to where we're getting looked at when Tappahannock gets looked at? How do we get looked at when they're looking at Caroline County or somewhere like that? I think our exposure is very limited to anyone that's developing. And when we're tied in, when you look at the regions like Go Virginia, that's why I always ask, like, does the money have to go to just the region, or do you look at the disbursement within the region? Because we're in a region in Go Virginia with Fredericksburg. Who's going to get chosen on anything with that? And when you look at where we are in the Middle Peninsula, if I'm going to sink money into something, I have Tappahannock to choose from, which is in the Middle Peninsula, or I have King William. Which one will I choose?
So Steve, can you put Brand up there?
Brand?
Yeah, Brand. And Gateways.
We say vision and brand.
You know what, I think that's a good messenger of things can change. What, 4 years ago, we didn't have any equipment dealers, really. We just had 360 hardware. And now we've got call free. And that's a few $1 million extra business in the county. And something had to change in both of those.
That's why it's good to have this exercise on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Because if you did this exercise 4 years ago, that board probably would look completely different. You'd probably still have a lot of things that were the same, but things would be, like broadband. We're talking about completing broadband rather than starting it. Where 4 years ago, nobody had it, except for maybe, I don't know when did Atlantic start over there? I don't know, was that within the 4 or 5 year time frame?
Yeah, 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
And then 28% over leveraged, that's not good. And 78%, what'd you say, 87% commuters?
Yeah,
Weaknesses.
out of county commutes, you got that.
Yeah,
out of
okay.
commuting out.
You get over leveraged.
But that's what the challenge is daily.
Spendable income.
Use authority, direct it, but it's the government's job daily to try to turn these weaknesses into strengths and taking the strengths and making them even stronger. That's what, that you just written out our assignment, quite frankly. We can't change some things, but we can't make an interstate. We can make roads.
I can save this and.
Improve 360, make it safer, make it wider, that kind of thing. I'll tell you what, stretch your legs for 5 minutes, okay? I think, you get uncomfortable if you don't do that. So 5 minutes, whatever you have to do. There's more coffee, I believe. Restrooms are either out this door or out in the
She
hallway
asked
if
me
you're
if
not
she could
familiar with
leave
them.
and go use the restroom earlier.
But
I needed to.
come on back, because I know we want to stay on.
Did that show
I
up?
think we can.
Saved this PDF showing.
My
So it's
father
already
sat in
saved.
on the board, and he was at underway adjustment period. They call it, right.
Do we still want to keep that up?
We're gonna move on.
That building, can it be fixed or it's enough?
Yeah.
Is that
I know.
Next time you can hit it. They'll blow it up. Do what you did.
That's on me. You're laying that on me.
Yeah.
Oh, it was just fine laying that on me.
We're blaming that on me, don't worry about it.
Okay, we're on item 7 in our agenda, and I've asked Steve to cover 2 topics on this. A very high level review of the business licenses in the county and where a lot of the, I guess, the business community and where they are. And then I think it's always important to look at who your top 10 or 15 tax revenue producers are, just so you'll know the size and the location. And we're not going to show you dollar amounts when it comes to that, but we are going to show you who they are. So Steve, go ahead and start with the business license summary.
All right, well, this, like you said, is a summary of the business licenses from calendar year 2021. Total licenses issued by the county was 767. Total revenues given to the county, or not given to the county, reported to the county, 433 million. And with this chart, you're seeing this big section is contracting, contractors, construction, renovations. That's at 41% of the revenues. Next largest would be retail at 34%. Repairs, business, and personal. So that's just regular business, 74 million. That's 17%. Financial services, wholesalers, telephone, Verizon, they make up the rest.
First, manufacturing.
So that wouldn't be in business. Now, wholesalers and some, but they're not paying the business license.
Okay.
So what falls into the repairs, business, and personal? Just like catch-all, or
Basically, anything that's not one of the others.
that's probably like personal services?
Mhm.
Did you break out the difference between home established businesses and brick and mortar?
I did not. This is
Okay.
just a very high level look. I generated a report in our admin
Yeah.
system, and I can dig deeper in these things, but this was the quick and dirty.
So do people have to apply annually for a business license?
Yes, they do.
What are peddlers?
Peddlers would be fireworks stands,
Okay.
food trucks. They have, I think they have their own. There's a certain rule that goes with them where they pay their home locality for a few years before they pay other localities they're setting up shop.
Do you know what the difference was between calendar year 2020 compared to calendar year 2021? Is it increasing or?
It's increasing.
Does this include West Point?
Yes, it does.
So just, again, it's just a good summary of, you'd have to ask yourself, are we balanced? Or are we attracting are businesses located that meet our strengths? Or are weaknesses keeping certain businesses out that would add to this stuff, add to these numbers? I think that's what we talked about, moving forward. So, good.
So that would be the
Questions?
business. Yeah, any other questions?
So
Or
contracting, would that be the total home purchase?
no,
Including land, or that's just material? How does that?
that
break
is,
out?
so these are business licenses. So that's not the cost of a project. That is what a contractor is reporting as his revenue in order to get a business license.
From the previous year.
Yeah.
So in manufacturing is not part of this one?
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm not part of the business license, not part of their.
You don't need a business license to be a manufacturer?
I have to dig in deeper, but when I had the same questions and looked up Nestle Purina, and it wasn't on the list of business license.
So they are not
Restaurant.
included under BPOL.
What's that?
They're not included under BPOL.
Not from what I saw in this report.
And West Rock as well.
Correct.
So the pallet manufacturer, all of that, so none of that stuff shows up.
Not from what I saw.
Okay.
So I think they're getting whacked with the heavy,
They do M&T.
yeah, machinery and tools is what.
But the license fee, you've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was surprised the manufacturer wasn't in there either. It's something we need to chase down with the commissioner, I think, a little bit more to see, because they may be in that number and we just.
If they're in
we're
it,
just
yeah,
not
they
calling
could be under a different name of some kind.
Right. but
It was
no,
something I noted.
manufacturer, they should be getting business like, anybody that does business in the county should have business like that. That's just, unless you're exempt by state code like lawyers and accountants and stuff like that.
Farms don't need business license.
Only if you're selling other people's products.
Yeah, so,
The
then I
contractor
would
number
agree.
just seems high to me.
yeah, that's why I'm thinking that might be combined with
could be.
your,
Yeah.
manufacturing.
In retail seems a little steep. Like, I mean, your average Tractor Supply is only like,
Retail includes restaurants.
Restaurants will be in there.
Yep.
So,
still seems high.
Food
These
line.
numbers seem high. I mean, I'm surprised.
Food line's part of that too.
People do pretty well.
About
Both of them.
All right,
People are doing pretty well.
question on what you just said, but, one thing, like the mill sells paper and all, but other states sell fertilizer and all, are they still classified as the same, or are they two different types? I'm talking about as retail as contract.
A business will report its revenues for each category of their business. So what this is taken into account is each of those categories, not necessarily throwing everything from one manufacturer or wholesaler
So
into.
you don't get a license as a retailer. You get a license as a business and you report retail revenue and contracting revenue. and
Right.
head-
So this county takes, am I reading this right? This county takes in almost $1 billion, $500 million.
This, not our offices, this is how much business is happening in the county.
That's what I'm saying, $500 million a year.
Yeah.
Man, if you had, somebody asked me that, and I said, no, we, nobody close, but we.
Which is also why I'm thinking manufacturing's got to be hidden in here somewhere.
Yeah,
Is there any way to get this report and show like which businesses are listed under each one of those headings?
Yes.
Okay.
From the perspective of balance, it would be interesting, I mean, I don't know if this is available to the county, but to get a look of just not the dollar amounts, but the percentages and like how that compares to, I mean, probably not like a Hanover, but like a King and Queen or like what's our,
New Kent, my baby.
yeah, New Kent, like what's our kind of class of counties and just trying to get a sense of where
Carolina, they
we,
get compared.
how we stack up.
Are you saying between the businesses, Jay, or between the sections?
I think the
that are
sections,
being
like to
reported?
get a sense of, like, it's hard for me to look at this and say, oh, we're out of whack.
Right.
Because I don't have a way to benchmark it. And then, I mean, the growth is also interesting. It would be interesting to see like where we were, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, just to kind of see what the trend is. I mean, I'm sure some of this must be impacted by COVID too. So maybe like we're probably better than last year, but we might not be as good as we were 4 years ago, but it would just. be
According to
interesting
collections, we've maintained pretty steady with what we've taken in. Whereas with COVID, we had forecasted we would go down precipitously, but we didn't. So we're remaining steady.
So that's where that contracting piece would probably go because of contracting.
The one thing that I guess it doesn't make it deceiving is like, remember when we did the EDA grant for COVID? We had people apply that had like 15 employees at a house down west, I'm just picking a road. But it's like they were in business for 10 years. Some of these employees live in other states and they've got a $8 million business running out of home. I mean, I think that should be on the highway or on Route 30, shouldn't be at home. We had electricians and service trucks that had 3 service trucks doing hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's for a whole nother.
Yeah, you're right.
But over the course of 10 years, it started with 1 truck and now they're 3, but they never left the house.
There's no question in every community, home occupation is growing, because more and more emphasis on web, everything.
Yeah.
You know, the sales taxes have in this state have gone up the last 3 years, just, I mean, out of sight. As far as collections.
So pulling that string just a little bit, let's say that I begin a home business. Do we have is there any regulatory documents that we have in the county that state that if I grow to a certain size, I can no longer run it out of my house?
You have to get it turned in.
But because as I'm thinking of it, if I am living in a neighborhood and I'm running a business that basically I'm doing a lot of Amazon business and everything, but it then grows to I'm doing local delivery, and I wasn't doing that before. I have now 4 delivery trucks in my driveway. Is there a point that it becomes you can't run that out of your house anymore?
Steve, help me. When those are approved, there's conditions.
There are conditions. It's not necessarily a dollar bottom line, but there are conditions for your home business that have to do with traffic generated.
Okay.
You can't, it has to be limited in space. So if you dedicated a space in your home to doing it, it can't be more than, I think, half the size of your home. You can't do additions that are for the business. You can't build buildings for the business. You can't increase traffic that would otherwise be there. So it's written out in the zoning
Okay.
ordinance.
All right.
You have to
That's all
qualify.
governed by zoning.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering. Could you, if something like that, where they've grown from, 1 truck to 3, thank you.
But is that restricted to just residential zoning? Because a lot of people have ag zoning on 5 acres.
Mhm.
So as we came across, there was a dump truck company that started at 1 truck and they went to 5, and the trucks reported to the AC zoning. Remember that, Gene? And we were going to,
Yeah.
let's not name names, but you remember?
Yeah.
And we came back and granted them, but it was never kept up on over the years and just kind of got bigger and bigger. I mean, if it's an ag zoning and it looks fine, I'm personally fine with it. But I know a company seeked me out when we went into the next door office together. They started 1 truck, went to 3, and I think they had 15 employees showing up at the house. And then someone turned them in.
Yeah, they're not supposed to have more than
Yeah.
1 person. Besides that.
And then myself and them went in because I then tried to work with them to find properties in the county because they were about to leave us. And they found somewhere that they're now established at and still in the county.
And I would be interested to see how much of our home business grew. Like if we're on an upward trend for the 767 number, how much of that is strictly home business that grew out of necessity from COVID to, are they going to stick around, or was that just a COVID gap fill that occurred because they left work or whatever?
And once we get more broadband, I'd love to see the numbers on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're growing in every community.
Yeah, I don't know how many units are sold in the RCI building, but what is there, 6 units there? I mean, I'd love to see all those filled. And
They were filling up fast. And
So they are selling them?
we're renting them out. I don't know what their
Yeah, I
business
think
is.
it was like, I think 250 a unit. So right next to Kennington at Stormore 2, it's a, I don't want to call it a strip mall, but it's a,
It's a frontage.
yeah, I think there's 6 or 7 units. I think they're asking 250 for them.
Can we pull up GIS? Yes.
Okay, you have your, is your generators on the GIS thing? Or is that on a
Yes.
separate?
Yeah, the
it's in
real estate
GIS
property.
as well, okay. You need to,
Oh, one question, you said that included West Point. Doesn't West Point have business licenses for the town also?
You're correct. So I'll have to double check to see if West Point was in that one. I was thinking they're included in the next part on the real estate. But I'd have to look again at the list to see if anything is actually West Point on that.
Okay, I would just wonder, because I mean, with the split levy, would they be required to pay both?
No,
Okay,
they pay West Point.
they pay West Point, that's it.
There you go. And GIS. Control Shift. So I was just going to go through and show you. So that was business. Now we're going with real estate property. The biggest payers in the county. Yep. Number one on the list for last year is Rock 10, West Rock Paper Mill. So everyone is familiar with that. Got river access, rail access. For West Point. Next on the list is the Nestle Purina plant. Let's see where we go. Right here. So here's the plant. Here's their expansion that they're building right now. They're going to end up expanding over this whole area with their plant. And here is their mine. They own, they rent, lease all of this property.
What's the activity that's back in the farm? Is that the mine?
This is all the mine right here. This is what used to be mine, and they are turning back into regular land because they've mined it out. But all of this is their working mine right now. This is done loose and on Fontainebleau.
How many years do they have left? Do you know?
All I've heard is rumor, but a lot of years.
A lot. Okay.
It's not a perpetual.
Well, at some point they run out of.
At some point they'll run out, but they've got all of this. They've got many years from what I've heard.
I
That's
heard
why
one
they
now
want it.
60 years.
That's why they're putting in money to expand it.
Yeah.
And these properties here, I believe, are also on their list to mine as they go forward. But if anyone's talking to you about an industrial park, most of these properties are kind of part of this, but they're still
What's the access?
some of the unused ones. Access is this Dunluce Road.
And how does that relate into 360? And
So
Dunluce
here's
connects
30
into
right
30.
here. This is 30. This is 360. Dunluce goes between 30 and a Quinton Church right here, which comes back out on 360. That natural gas line that comes into the county comes down here and then comes down here and goes off into the plant.
But all the truck traffic is directed.
Dunluce to 30 to 360.
Yeah.
They can't go to Quinton Church Road, although they have
They
been
do
known.
sometimes.
They got confused. Waze told them to go that way.
All right, next most valuable property is the Central Garage Shopping Center. The Food Lion, everything around it.
So did they own the 4917 also?
Yes,
Okay.
it has shown up. It was Central Garage and Central Garage 2 LLC, but now I'm seeing it under a different ownership. It's Central
Did it
Garage,
trade?
Central Garage 2. What's that?
Did it trade?
I don't know their business. I'd have to do some research. And then we've got King William Place is the next highest revenue generating property. So that's the apartments, the new apartments right here. You've got 3 buildings, you've got a clubhouse, and then the age restricted newest apartment building is right here.
They on track to develop that right there too?
Yep, they're on track to develop this property. It's right there. Next highest payer in the county is Bailey Living Trust, which besides many properties around the county, owns the strip mall right here with the library in it. Where are we at?
Right
On
there.
Sharon,
You're
back.
Yeah, there we go. Yep.
Nope,
Go
nope,
up,
nope, go up.
It's off to your,
Oh, there's Sharon.
There it is.
Sorry. Yep, this property. Next on the list is the top 10 would be Cherry Coke, big property down near West Point, which is, let's see.
Sherry Coat, you say?
Mhm.
That's the name of that plantation. up
Yeah,
in the-
exactly. That's the next,
That's on up.
that's the
that's
next
on up.
most valuable.
Huh?
Not Roman coat, cherry coat.
What did they,
It's a large estate, large old plantation.
That's way
But
up
all
to the
they,
monkey.
it's
yes.
all of this
So it's
region
right
right here.
Yeah.
So West Point is down here.
so what revenue are they generating?
That's just real property
Oh.
assessed value.
Okay,
So that they're high paying property taxes.
I see.
Is that Spratley?
That's Alice Siegel.
Siegel.
Yeah.
So are they not under a conservation?
Apparently not if they're paying this much, but I don't, again, I'm looking at real estate assessed value
Yeah.
payers. And they are, let's see, 6 on the list. Behind them, now this does include West Point, of course, is West Point Square LLC. That's in West Point. Sorry about that. That would be this one right here, West Point.
That's
Food
Food
Lion.
Lion.
Food Lion and the rest of the shopping center there. Next on the list, which is, let's see, number 8 is, let's see, Old Town LLC, that is Lester Manor. If anyone knows where that is, that's right next to White's Landing.
What's that called?
Lester Manor,
Oh, yeah.
Old Town,
yeah,
Is that owned by like an oil company?
not all.
Which is,
How's the,
After New Market.
That's what worked. It used to be neutral something now, and changed names so many different times.
right. So this is Lester Manor. Right here is White's Landing. This is the county-owned landing. Railroad, Lester Manor.
So we own that, not the Department of Game and Fish.
Right, we own that property, but there is a partnership for the actual landing. I haven't seen the agreement, but it says DGI.
So it's our fault that that landing is horrible.
We can make it better. It's on the list. That was actually part of a grant that MPPDC has just recently
Yeah.
gotten for increasing.
Because
water
right now,
access.
the only thing that happens down there is the kids go down there to look for the train light, the ghost train.
And there's not a whole lot of
That land?
Yeah, at
There's
that
nowhere
land.
near them.
They go down on those railroad. Yes, they do.
Really?
kids go down there.
I know.
I didn't say they found it. They go down there.
That's the
Way up
closest
the
they can
road.
get.
Yeah.
It's funny though, any place you go, they'll, whiskey, you know what the whole light is? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But they have no idea where,
Just a hangout.
Yeah, that's what it is.
yeah. Oh,
Next
no,
on
I've
the
seen the
list,
light.
right behind Lester Manor
Granary.
is the granary.
All right, see everything, where you going on the river shore, all that's gone. That's what blew up last year.
This,
No,
No,
so
the,
every,
them
all
bins.
All
these
those
all
bins.
that. Only thing left is the one on the big side. They're restoring it now.
Are they gonna
yeah,
rebuild?
Yeah, wheat bin collapsed. Used to see the fish in the river.
oh, yeah.
And
And they said, well, call it rifle effect. The bolts started breaking off in the bins.
last on the top 10 is Riverside Healthcare, the rehab center in West Point.
And go back, say where you, at that picture right there, see the building on the other side, 278. They want to do a whole lot of modification. The granary did to the other side where they bought, and town of West Point refused.
So is it the land that's making these values high, or is it the improvements?
It's the improvements. I mean,
Really?
It's that they're doing business.
Yeah,
No, you're talking about, I think, 10 million bushel.
So this is the
We're
last
talking about
one.
right here. This facility. That is 10 on the top 10.
Steve, what's can we look at the Purina plant and what revenue that's generating? Do you have the card, and then look at the food cat and
Right now, the Purina, the assessed value is at 18,621,000. That is being revised right now because they did put in, I think it got sent out to you, their first expansion. They're at such and such a percent finished. So we're getting Fred Pearson and the appraisers to actually go out there and give us a new appraisal of what they've got right now.
so that's 18 million. And then what's the food cat?
The central garage?
Yeah, that was number 3.
That is 6.8 million.
But that's including all the businesses that are in
Right.
that property,
Right.
not
That is the
just,
property
not
value,
just Food
not-
Lion by itself.
Yeah, yep, that Food Lion's business was included in the last.
And
business
when
license
you're
revenues.
quoting the valuation of Nestle, that is strictly the improvements, the buildings, the land and all of that. That is not including machinery and tools valuation or the business that they
Just
generate.
Just the real property.
Right.
Would we help them with the expansion? We granted back some of based on their machinery and tools revenue?
Correct. On their new, whatever their new machinery and tools.
Yeah.
We will be granting back new M&T.
So this was a question I asked to some of the board members at that time. Did anybody do the valuation on that? I mean, it's water under the bridge now, but the valuation on it because of depreciation, by the time we start collecting,
M&T does not depreciate according to the.
I don't depreciate my machine and
yeah,
tools.
it does. It's over a certain amount of years.
Yeah,
It doesn't ever bottom out.
no,
According to our lawyer that was doing it, it does not.
I'm pretty sure
Well,
You
all the
do.
businesses in the county, it does. You're paying a lesser rate every year.
yeah.
Now, yeah. I mean, those manufacturing's a fixed asset, like a conveyor probably lasts 20 years.
Right, and it may not depreciate a lot over time because it's
Yeah,
just that category, but there is depreciation on value of the machinery and tools.
According to our attorneys, it didn't. That's what it was made on, but it was still, it's based on new value and it's only a certain amount that is being granted back.
And the grant will be based on actual.
Right,
So even if it does depreciate.
Yeah.
We're only granting back the portion.
exactly.
Right, that they're actually paying. So it's immaterial depreciation.
So that would be an overview of
Thank you, Steve.
all the business.
Just thought that was important for you to get a perspective. So you have 767 business licenses that we showed. We just showed you the top 10. So the rest of them, you see, where we are.
What's the total amount generated by the top 10 compared to the rest?
I don't have the rest of the
Okay.
list right now.
We're ready to move to the map, Steve.
Yes, I think so.
Wanted real quick for everybody to see where business and industrial properties are, zoned, how they're zoned in the county. And, whenever we get prospects and people want to know where they can locate. Obviously, there's a lot of protected land in the county because of zoning. I wanted him to bring up where the business and industrial, where's the hot spots that we can start to bring people. invite them to those areas. Some of that's filled up over the years.
So right now, this is zoning as of 2014. There haven't been a whole lot of changes since then. This is not future land use. This is what it is zoned. So the only industrial is right there. Let's see. Industrial is green. 1, 2. So that's Fontaine blue. Then we've got some here. Along with, so blue is dense residential, or sorry, rural residential. R1, suburban residential. Hatch is business, red is business.
There was a piece of green between Central Garage and West Point. What is that?
That is,
The industrial park.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
No.
that is.
No.
It's the
that's-
mulch plant
Oh, yeah.
near Henderson's.
Yeah.
Been near St. John's Church.
Mhm.
It's right behind my house.
Is that
That's
they
what we're-
use back at
What we've got right now, and if you see, you know, it's kind of along the corridor here, but there's a lot of existing residential along the corridor, or ag, I should say. If we go to, say, what the proposed in the comp plan is, this is what the future land use is looking at in the county.
So did they not add a light industrial?
That's for the zoning ordinance, I think. I don't think that's for the future land use. They would have to go and amend.
Yeah, they might amend what the definition rather than what is allowed.
Okay.
If you can see, you know, 360 corridor, that's where everything is trying to cluster around. Commercial. Industrial is at the industrial park. Denser housing along the corridor, and then slightly less dense on the outside of that. This is Upshaw right here. So 30 up to Upshaw. Down just past Dunluke's. Any questions?
So this was, yeah,
Let me ask you, the tribal lands right there,
Mm-hmm.
what, they open to do pretty much what they want with it, or they gotta abide by? Have they
That's a
abide
good
by a
question.
different set of rules? Or-
They kind of abide by their own rules.
That's why I'll start, they
You
can put
can,
in,
right now, so that is tribal owned, not necessary, that's not a reservation.
it's tribal owned by the Native Americans, and they could put anything in there they want, basically.
Well,
Unless we
so
want-
have they set it up
Are you
in
guys
order
gonna
for it
fight
to
that
become
Exactly.
part of their reserved lands? Because that's sort of what they did in New Kent. The 600 acres that they purchased needed to set for a certain amount of time before they were allowed to basically do what they wanted.
I don't know how far along they
Yeah.
are on their putting this land in federal or state trust.
Yeah.
But they've made comments about it. Technically, they should abide by county zoning right now. On the other hand, it's a really sticky and gray point in the law about what they can and can't do. And it doesn't help anybody for us to try and say the county is gonna make you do this on it.
So,
That's not the spirit of
But
Right.
there are two reservations.
the reservations.
Those are
They're-
federal lands.
There's the federal lands and the tribe can do whatever they want.
so now I'm gonna throw this out there, so technically, in the future, they can put a casino there. I mean, it's tribal, I've heard they've already said it's ancestral lands, which is part of a
Right,
casino.
So this is under the Land Restoration Act, I think, is what they're allowed to go into areas where they can show that they can trace heritage back
Right.
to and purchase it if it's open for purchase. But it has to go into a process that takes, I believe, 10 years
Right,
before it's.
but what I'm saying is, they could technically.
If
in the
they
future-
tried right now, and the county didn't want it, that the county could put up a fight about it.
Right.
But the county doesn't want to fight with the tribe about what they
No,
can and can't
yeah.
do on tribal land.
Right. They could put a Rosie's in there.
It's possible.
Yes.
It's possible.
And what's the current, see, maybe you can answer this, like, let's say, like, take a Harrisonburg, for instance, you're driving down the country road, you got cows everywhere, then you got like a Pilgrim's or Tyson's packing house. Okay? That would fit under industrial, I guess, in my view. If we ever, throw out a hypothetical, we started like a little butcher shop here, and all of a sudden, everyone with 30, 40 acres has beef cows. And now all of a sudden, someone wants to come in. How would we get a Tyson's even with our current zoning map? Would we have to find a 200-acre facility and try and push it through the system to get it redone industrial? What would be our process there?
I mean, in terms of zoning, that's a question, but I think it also depends on the scale. Like if you're talking about something like T&E Meats in Harrisonburg,
Yeah,
which just got an APHID grant, right, to expand their services, they're on like 2 acres. And they're in the middle of the city, like we go there twice a year.
Yeah.
So it's no bigger than whatever.
but say it was like maybe a 50 or 100-acre. How do we push through something to be industrial today? It goes through the long tedious system that we have.
Yes.
And we just try and make it fit, and we have a board, and we have hearings and everything.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
just
a
my
process.
own knowledge.
But like Tyson versus like us, a Virginia-owned business are two different things, right? And if you're trying to serve like commercial meat packers, that's different from small farmers who are bringing their animals to then sell retail.
Oh, yeah, you
It's
100%.
totally different.
Oh, yeah, I'm kind of like
Okay.
looking.
You're talking about corporate.
Well, yes, however, according the way the office views it now, if it should be industrial, it's gotta be industrial. And that's kind of where I think a lot of roadblocks have come in the past.
I hope we have an opportunity like that, right? And we would get behind it and put our shoulder in it. and
Oh,
make
yeah,
it happen.
yeah, the farmland stays rural, and all of a sudden there's something that, and who knows, because I thought about your butcher thing the other day, and who knows, everyone with 30 acres gets 10 cows down, and there's a place to slaughter it, and who knows, maybe enough, the cow count gets up enough in this area that it could spawn a Tyson. I'm just picking names
Also,
here.
be pulling people from Culpeper down here to do business.
Yeah.
Also want to give an overview of where our public utilities are. So I'll bring up, first, I'll show you where the wastewater is. I'll get there. There we go. So what we're looking at is central garage. The lines are where the actual sewer lines are. The green is what is already in the service area of HRSD. So you've got Kennington, Central Crossing, the first part of Macaulay, got the Simons property, got all along 360 and down to the industrial park. The process for adding to that is where we apply to HRSD to expand their service area. And that isn't so much something where HRSD is going to say, no, we don't want you in our service area. It's more of their check to make sure that the county is on board with where we want growth to happen. So for instance, right here along Venner Road is where a new development is going to be coming in, Highview. And they are going to expand the service area we have to make application with HRSD. HRSD is going to say, okay, they just need to know that the county wants that to happen, and they're not gonna okay expanding their service area when we're gonna shut it down at the board level.
The sewer main runs down, is north of 30, it's on the west side, south of 30, it's on the east side.
It's on the west side on 360 here, and it comes across right there. Yep. And it comes off into the woods to go behind. Comes up right here. Here is the commercial,
Water treatment.
the actual offices of Nestle and their facility. And it comes back down here, goes across the pond, and here's their waste treatment plant. And if you notice, right here is the Commerce Park, so it's not that far to go. So we're hoping to include that as soon as possible.
Steve, where's the plant for Hampton? Hampton Roads, the expense.
So that is right here.
Yeah, that's,
That's WTP,
Yeah, that's the
West
plant.
Treatment Plant. That's the existing plant that's at 100,000 gallons capacity right now. It's going to be tripled in size.
That's one they've expanded.
yes.
And they already own how much property right there?
It's a sizable chunk. Let's see. I think. They own this. Here's their plant. Okay. 5.5 acres.
So what would they have to do to extend the line to the Commerce Park? Would it kind
Well-
of come back out to 30?
Not necessarily. They can get an easement, but
360.
Get an easement through?
they aren't going to do that. HRSD's responsibility is to provide capacity and to come within 2 miles with the main line. It's developer or
2 miles
county
of
who
what?
has to put the bill for it actually.
So are they within 2 miles?
Yes,
2 miles of what?
of their main line.
It's like 1.6 miles to the Commerce Park, just to, if you go 360 from their actual waste treatment plant up, back up onto 360 on Mount Pleasant, and then over to the entrance to the Commerce Park, it's like 1.6 miles.
So then,
But if you were to go the back way, straight as the crow flies.
Yeah, but you're crossing people's property
Yeah,
now.
exactly. So we would probably go, we could do an easement.
It's less than a mile. 49. Trying to run down the center of the road.
There you go. 1.5 miles along main roads.
so. Is the Commerce Park on the agenda?
No. Well, it might be later on.
Yeah, it's on, under item 9.
And then as far as water is concerned,
We'll get ready to dive into that. in just a minute.
here is where we're at right now. So your central garage, here is the water tower existing. Goes up the road up to Macaulay Park and services Macaulay, services Central Crossing. Goes up 360, now Kennington, services Kennington. It's back out to the main road there.
So what industrial properties are currently available that have sewer on the right side of the road? You know what I'm saying? It's like having something west of the sewer line down south on 360 doesn't, I mean, we're not gonna pull that across the, divided highway.
That's your next list, Steve? that we have?
Yeah, the VEDP websites we're gonna show us what is,
That's all of what we consider our marketable properties right
Yeah.
now, and then he'll be able to tell you whether there's utilities.
so
So what's our capacity remaining on the water situation right now?
it's kind of a moving target because it's kind of up to the locality on how much fire flow they actually want to provide. Best practices, and with projected growth, we would hit our ceiling in 2025, which is why we have already started the process for building a new water tower, which will triple our capacity. A new water tower will be going down here in the Manfield area. Extend the water line down 360, loop it back in with West Liberty Farms, and continue the water line down to Commerce Park.
So is the water line on the west side of 360?
Water line is on the west side right now.
So
And
you
we
get
are
sewer on one side
detailing
and
right
water on
now
the
what we can do as far as if it's on the west side or the east side with what we're planning to extend. The Dominion line is on the east side, and whether or not they allow us to use their property, their easement, go in that same area might determine whether or not we put our line there. VDOT really doesn't want us going in the median. But even then, it's really not a tall ask. I mean, you do have to core drill across 360 if you want to go on the opposite side. So we want to do what's best when we extend our line, but it shouldn't preclude somebody from coming in if they're on the wrong side of the highway. It just makes it a little more expensive.
It was pretty powerful from our last meeting, was a week or two ago when we were talking with the nice lady from Gloucester. And I'd said, if you don't have water or sewer, is any of this possible? She said, absolutely not. It's a non-starter.
So, that's right.
That's as we speak, but extensions are going on. Let's see.
So the water tower, the new water tower will triple capacity, is that because, sorry, this is a
The
stupid.
new water tower is going to be 600,000 gallons.
It's gonna be bigger.
It's going to be twice the size of the old water tower.
So what does Nestle do for water? It's on the
They
wrong
have got
side of
their
the road.
own. We've got, the county has its own water system down here at the park. It's got a small tank, doesn't have a tower, but a small tank, and it's got a well. The county does. We have a small tank and well, and that provides water for the industrial park. However, that doesn't even come close to meeting the needs of Nestle. And Nestle is getting treated effluent from the wastewater treatment plant, and they've got their own well and tower, and they've got a fire pump to make sure they have fire pressure.
Is the water will be regulated on how much we can pump? I know in the future, is that coming?
It's all part of the DEQ withdrawal permitting. Central Garage is, each of our systems right now is actually up for renewal, and we've got applications in for both of them, or for all of them. We've gone back and forth with DEQ. They don't like our numbers. You know, we have to go back and forth with how much we project that we need and what they project that we need. But what they want to do is not permit more than what we, it's not to strangle growth. And at any time, we could go back and get more if residential said, or whatever, we needed more. They don't want to permit water withdrawal for industrial process use. That's basically a no-go. They're going to tell the business no. And if we're trying to get that process use water in a withdrawal permit for our public system, they're not going to allow it. They're going to cut that amount.
That was a question I was asking, because I know down here at the bill, they're supposed to cut it to half, because they're pulling 21 million gallons by me
Which is,
per day. They're supposed to cut it in half. I don't know when that's supposed to take effect. But what if this could do to us, what if we're trying to get in the industry on 360?
well, for right now, it's an imperative that Nestle is getting this treated effluent. And I would say it's That could be part of the equation for any industry coming in there. Is that they could potentially use some treated water for their processed water. Now, DEQ is always going to allow water for potable water. That's what they want people to take out of the aquifer, is potable water for people to use. They just don't want it to be industry.
But they don't mind industry using treated water.
Right.
So if we.
In fact, that's a win-win for them. That's that instead of having to go through another process, we're using another source of water instead of the aquifer water.
So expansion of the sewer line in some respects would give us more capacity to accommodate industry.
How do you, is it a separate line going to Kittyville plant?
Yes.
Okay.
It kind of narrows the locations, doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, like, there's a bullseye.
Right.
Well, water's the issue. That's why I was wondering how the county, because I know they were supposed to cut the mill in half. I don't know if it's when that takes effect or not.
What is it known for?
So it's a whole paper mill.
Basically,
Like, at one time, this was only, Kodak bought every piece of paper came from the mill, because the only film they could get that was non-radioactive. But see, you know, films now is a thing of fact.
With the water treatment area, they're 5.5 acres. When they do this expansion to increase capacity, how much more room will they have to expand after that?
I have not seen their site plan for that, so I can't really answer.
I'm just wondering if that puts us at our limit, like, once they expand this time, that's kind of it, unless they purchase more property.
I don't know.
I mean, aren't we getting into the RKG thing really next, where they'll say, this is who we need to go after?
So in the second phase, yeah. So
And even the wrap up the first phase too, right?
Yeah, we haven't got the final report yet. You're right.
As you see all this land, it's like, you know, what could or what should go in there.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, I mean, like, there's a pretty narrow defined area where we would have an opportunity where the infrastructure would kill it. And so I'm trying to think creatively, and I'm wondering if there's a section of the Purina plant where they were putting tailings, and I'm wondering if that's controlled fill and if that would be available to redevelop without having to.
Isn't
I
the
will say-
family, isn't the family that owns the dirt, that's a lease, correct?
Yes, most of the land is leased from the Robinsons.
Yes.
And I will say that it was part of our future plan wish list, is that instead of having a separate water system right here, that we would eventually loop that in with the central garage system, go down 30, come up Dunluce, and come back out to 360. You always want redundancy in your water system, and
It seems to me that one of the priorities ought to be to get the water line on the east side of 360. You know, as soon as possible. I mean, it affects industrial, it just.
And going past Route 30 towards Tappahannock doesn't make any sense, because,
past what, sorry?
so if we were to then maybe focus on the other side, like going towards the Mattaponi, we've got water and sewer to Kennington, and then it just does a hard stop.
It does a hard stop now. That's also in the 10 or 15 year plan outlook for the master utility plan. It was approved by the board that it's a priority to extend that line. There are a couple of pieces of property, I think this one,
Yeah, very
that
open
has
properties
been
on the way.
slated for development. So that is in the 10 or 15 year plan, basically after the extension with the water tower, is to where else are we going to extend it? And this is the next direction. Come up here.
The DEQ monitors the aquifers in they know how much water's down there and how much they can let you take out. Is that all from those wells up on Manfield Road that they monitor?
That's just part of it. All of the wells that we have, our well in Kennington, our well in Macaulay.
Oh, they got monitor wells there. too.
Well, we've got monitoring wells, so we have to send them our data every monthly, weekly, yearly about how much is getting used. And
So
what
how
the
does
rate-
that look as far as the future development? I mean, we getting close to pulling too much water out of it.
No, really, it's not us that we're using, it's Hanover that's using all the water in the aquifer. And,
Hanover was using a lot of our aquifer.
right, I mean, the aquifer, the Potomac aquifer covers this entire part
Right,
of the state. And, but what they, it was described to me, it's not so much as a water level in the aquifer as much as a pressure in the aquifer.
Oh, yeah.
And what they monitor is that pressure. And what they see are the danger cells, the regions. The closer you get to Hanover, the more in danger you are, and the more they're going to clamp down on what you can take out. So right up here, you're actually getting pretty close to one of those danger cells.
Is that's on well? Those are well?
No. If we were to say, want to put in another well right
I see.
there, they would frown on it.
I understand.
If we were to put in another well down here, it would be more likely they would allow it.
And which way does the underground water flow from Potomac? Is it flowing
To the
to?
ocean.
Yeah,
So
but
flowing
like I
east?
said, it would be, it's more of a pressure. Think of it as a
Because
sponge instead of a flow.
down in West Point, the first wells they had that's close, they were already pulling 30 years ago salinity back into wells.
Hanover, I think,
Pulling
has
so hot.
got a project for pumping water, treated water back into the aquifer. HRSD is trying to do a project with that. So there's all sorts of alternative options that the future might look differently.
I mean, they're looking at allowing treated water back. into
Fully
the-
treated water.
Well, yeah, I mean, but back into the, I didn't,
Is the water that's flowing out of the treatment plant, is it crystal clear? Is it gray water? Or, I mean, what's?
I don't know what level of treatment they've got, what they're sending to the kitty litter plant is not fully treated. It's
What
up
they
to a
all-
certain level for them to use
Okay.
safely.
What's the truck hauling every day? From the sewage plants up there, is that? They're going somewhere every day, the trucks,
Treated up to a certain quality level. I don't
so
know
they're
where
carrying
go.
it, where they're carrying it to?
Hampton Roads.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah,
what
they're carrying it back to their central facility. They can only treat it so far here and then it goes out.
So they gotta actually go from here back down to the finished treatment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So wherever that first facility is, they're taking it there.
All right, just a quick look. We discussed before, business sites, who's business ready, who can we actually market? This is the VDP website. Let's actually share it. So if someone is looking to do business in the state, they're probably going to go to this VDP website, which shows you all the marketable spots in the state. And if they were going to look at King William, they would see the site down here in West Point. And they would see, which is the West Point Industrial Park and Sykes property. And they would see sites down here. They would see Commerce Park. They would see the Industrial Park.
Is that what you're referring, is Sykes what you're referring to?
This is the Simmons and the Newcomb property. And if they were to click on these, it's going to come up with site specifications, how large it is, how, if anything was pad ready. It's going to show you everything about that site, Dominion Energy, if it's being serviced or not, how far away that service line is, all kinds of property information. And it's up to us to keep these properties up to date.
Can you go back up? So when you look at the infrastructure that's there, the utilities, so the fiber broadband, Verizon doesn't provide any fiber broadband to any people in the county that I'm aware of. That was a big discussion before, because when we were looking at broadband, people had told us fiber already runs down 360, and it's Verizon's fiber, but that fiber is utilized for their business only.
Yeah, I think that's a good note that this, we'll have to update this with Breeze Line now.
Yeah.
So, and I apologize, just being new. So the county now owns the Simons property? or
No, so
we-
these basically, we don't own it. Simons owns it, but he has made commitments that it's for sale. It's for sale for a specific price, and that it's got a certain level of amenities or infrastructure to it and all these other things. And so that allows BDP and us to kind of help market that. And BDP maintains this website. We maintain the sites, the county sites on that website, and make sure that they are correct. And when potential developers or business
Can you
owners,
tell me, like, how do we compare to other counties? Like, is 4 or 5 sites a decent amount, or is that?
For this, for the Middle Peninsula, it's very good.
Okay.
But when you're competing with some of your neighbors
Sure.
in different directions, Carolina, Hanover, New Kent, I mean, we probably have a few less than that.
The Bailey family, they've got those 4 pad sites in front of their, I'm pretty sure it's them. They got that strip mall, like next to the Dollar General.
Right there behind the premise bay.
Yes. What? They're not on here. Is it because we haven't reached out to them, or?
which property are you talking about?
There's like the 4 pad sites, I call them pad sites, but like to the right of Dollar General, to the left and surrounding the bank. I'm pretty sure that's the Bailey families. Is it because we haven't knocked on their door? They haven't established a price? I know the sign has gotten long too.
It's probably because they didn't establish a price or say they wanted it on here where they have to lock themselves in. On the other hand, I can't remember if anyone's reached out to them in
So
recent
if we
time,
went
so-
to them, and then the Kellum family probably has a half a dozen along 360 that's for sale at any given moment. We could easily pick up probably 10 sites.
Well, I think at one time too, we were limited by BDP, how many we could put up. They wanted our best properties that we could manage. Because I think when we had them come in before and talk to us, we didn't have anything on there except for the industrial parks. And that was the only thing that was listed for both West Point and King William. So they wanted give us a couple of other properties that can be on there. And if I remember correctly, I may be wrong, but I think they limited us to just focus on your best 4 or 5 that you have. And we proposed those.
Gotcha.
So now we may be able to go back and say, okay, we've got those up there. Now we want to list these up there and basically grow that out.
One of the criticisms we got was not having a specific price listed. So
On these properties?
it just anyway, I mean, like, it was like for sale by owner as opposed to like.
Yeah.
Professionally marketed.
And there's not a lot of web access to those sites that are for sale. So
Right.
it's much.
Well, because we don't have broadband.
Well,
But I think you're right.
Yeah,
We had the
CBRE.
wooden boards up there before that just didn't list anything.
If it's CBRE or, it'd be all over the place.
So maybe that could be like an action item, is for us to, get a consultant or get somebody, get all of these. Because, gosh, there's gotta be 24 of them that are currently for sale in 360. Seems like everything's up for sale right now. How can we take those properties? Because the corner on the far side of the bank went up 2 weeks ago. You've got the old Comcast building. It's got some stuff next to the industrial park, that 26 acres that adjoins it's up for sale or been up for sale. There's a lot of very prime pieces.
Yeah, why isn't that corner lot, our last remaining corner lot on the 363 area up there, why is that not listed in here?
You mean the side?
What was supposed to be the Burger King, the new Burger King? Yeah,
Did anything pop there? There was something.
I don't
think we
know.
gave it-
I don't know
They-
the
they-
details of what the says they want for a site.
And
Like
then,
you said.
and then the sewer issue came up. And,
So that deal fell through.
well, it hadn't fallen through. I think they're trying to figure out the timeframe. I think everybody that's involved in any kind of development in the county right now is trying to gauge what HRSD is telling them versus how quickly can they move and try to meet the timing so that everything comes together at the same time. And that's particularly difficult for residents.
Yeah. Like what stops us? Tell me to stop talking if you guys want to. What stops us from just creating our own website of marketable properties in King William that the EDA controls?
Now, could we have some of that on the website, or do we just have this?
But we like King William commercial or Richmond commercial properties.com or something, and the EDA, we market it, we reach out to the landowners as our own project.
There is some risk there, right? If we end up, somebody changes their mind, wants to increase price, it just, we're not,
Yeah.
just that could happen.
Because LoopNet only has a very small fraction of the stuff that's for sale.
I would just be concerned with keeping it up to date. That would be my
That's
biggest
the same
concern.
concern as here,
Yeah.
though, right?
But that's where if we end up bringing in a pool of part-time staff, we would have more advantage.
Because if someone's in California and they're like, oh, we won't be in Richmond, they'll never find us.
That's exactly right. That's the first place people go. is-
But on Simon's property, is the price set in, kind of guaranteed, or is it?
I mean, I haven't talked to him, but I think that's one of the stipulations for being able to market it here. Is that
So-
you're not gonna.
Is that publicized? So if someone came in and said, look, my price point is here, and I'm looking for a property that is, comparable to this kind of price point, do we know that? Or is that only revealed if they go and talk directly to the landowner?
I think that's only revealed to go and talk.
Okay,
I think that was one of the criticisms we got, was it for
That's
sale
what I-
by owner, call me.
Right.
Right.
We know some, like the Commerce Park. We know what that rate
Right.
is for that whole remaining development. That guy's made it pretty clear what it
But is that one?
is. It's just everything else that's goes with it.
Is that one like on the internet and professionally marketed and they got a broker engaged, or is it?
I don't think he has a broker. I think he's dealing with it himself.
yeah,
So there's a mindset, I think, out here where like, it goes back to the grid,
Yeah.
I can do it myself. I don't need to pay somebody, $100,000 to sell my
But
property.
it's the same thing as these other things we've been going through and watching. It's nice we got a piece of property available, but it's property, it ain't pad, it ain't a building, what the industry really looking for. The question I had, that's why I was asking, was it locked in? Because land's going up, what price today is this, what's gonna be tomorrow?
And obviously, we're going through a reappraisal
Yeah.
process that's going to sort some other things out
Yeah, 'cause
too. So yesterday's prices are probably not going to be tomorrow.
that's what,
Yeah.
on to a certain point, property's going up and it's something that you really need to lock in before it just keeps growing.
Sure.
so let me ask this, y'all can shoot me, but we talked about earlier about the buying and selling of property from the EDA. Are there any of these properties that are in a position that we would want to reach out with the intent to prep it for just that it was pad ready, it was ready to go for somebody that's coming in? Are there any of those that are in a price range that we can even scratch? Because then we're not in any position to I wouldn't think we would want to hold on to property because it's basically government owned. You don't collect any taxes on it. Our intent would be to turn it into something that a private business purchases from us, but it's been prepped and it's ready for sale. And we make it more desirable for another company to come in. Because if these aren't going to move, because that's the landowner's problem, is that same problem we would face that was explained from the lady from Tappahannock. If you put any improvements on the property that someone may want, you know, she talked about one that they built that they had to tear up the entire floor and re-pour the floor because it didn't meet the specifications to the owner that wanted it. The property owners are probably looking at the same thing. I own this property, I'll sell it to you, you do with it what you want to after that. I'm not going to prep it for you. But if we're looking to get businesses in, we have a different mindset than a private landowner does. So are there any properties in the county that we would want to look at to bring in and purchase, prepare, and get back out the door for a business to come in?
So I mean, I think a lot on that concept. Like I look at the RCI building with all those suites in it, you know, and what's really crazy is when you showed us the tax values, like I would have never thought that that Bailey building was a high taxer. But I mean, would it make sense for us to go spend, let's say 1.2 million? I'm just guessing that's what that RCI building was, to then go rent out 6 places to take home-based businesses to the highway, and or for us to be the leaser, and or maybe for us to spend 1.2 and flip it for say 1.6.
Right.
And then an out-of-state person could buy it. And I mean, I'm not a professional, maybe.
Yeah, I think all of this stuff, if we go back to like figuring out what our single is, we'll answer all these questions. And I think that's like next on the agenda.
Any other questions for, and we want to continue to update these BP. Maybe there's some more we can add. I wasn't aware there were restrictions, but I think there is they want bigger
there's a certain
bigger
level of-
properties that,
Right.
that they're getting leads from all over the country and internationally. A small office building probably wouldn't meet the criteria to put on here, I would think.
So are we trying to market it to?
Yeah, so, but there's nothing that would prevent us from having our own resources to where we can tell BDP, well, here's another website that you can send them to. We're establishing those relationships. I mean, we learned from the last meeting, and we'll continue to meet with those people. So, thank you, Steve, for walking us through all that. If we go to number 9, I'm certain we could get through this in our allotted time frame. What I did here was just list what I felt like conversations that I have had in the last 5 months from some of you, from some of the board members, from just the community at large. There's probably others that should be added, ideas and concepts that this is your time to do that. But I think we probably need to make some decisions on whether we want to advance research on some of these, or do we just want to knock them off the list and move on to other things. But I believe this is the list that I had heard. Now, we'll walk through them, and then if anybody else has anything else they want to add to the discussion, we can do that. If that's a good way to go, Mr. Chairman.
That's great.
Your ag ed project, some of you visited it. I don't know if that's something that sounds like we need to move to another step, which would obviously be how would that business model, I guess it is a business, to fit down here, and if it does, EDA looking for sending staff out to try to see some properties. Do we need to bring in the people that are on that place and really have a very serious discussion about it? Are they there by themselves, or would they take the same concept and locate it in, say, King William, and it would just be I'm trying to look at the restaurant model. If there's if there's a McDonald's up there, would they come down here and do the same thing?
I think that the partnership that would allow us to replicate some of the education would be with the Tracy from the state. So I think that some of that we wouldn't necessarily have to entirely replicate what they did, but we could maybe attract pieces of it to a center if we were also trying to add some other things.
Are you in a position then to bring Tracy back maybe
I think
to
my thought about
brainstorm a little bit?
our next steps, but I had started this, but didn't have time to finish it before our last meeting, but it's just to kind of put together a one pager, kind of what I think from what Gene and I heard, and he and I were gonna kind of trade it back and forth. I just haven't sent it to you yet. And then possibly get Tracy to kind of give us some insight on what his inputs could be and how we could do something. I'm not sure that my initial thought is I don't know that that we would want to stand up our own nonprofit the same way that they did. And there are some county inputs that made that whole thing possible that we have to kind of figure out whether or not we're in a similar position to do that, or if we would have to do things. But I think that there's some problems.
Is this, so Nirvana would be like leaving this meeting with some sort of a vision and at least a direction. And I'm wondering if you and Gene can talk to us about like where this thing could go and paint up, is there a way that we could start with something and then bolt other pieces on and, create, be the ag king's dominion or, whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that the neatest part about what they were doing, or the economic benefit for the county there, is that they're attracting new and beginning farmers to come to their site and to learn how to make a successful agricultural enterprise on the ground. So the economic benefit for the county, of course, is the implementation of the learning and whatever.
Like a farming incubator?
Yeah, it's essentially what
As
it is.
opposed to
Yeah.
a business incubator?
And he's got like 5 or 6 different plots, but I think as we were talking about things that were needed and other things that we could do on the same site, it basically created a center that could provide, some level of, value addition to whatever was being produced at King William, so that local farmers would come to this center that could be in King William. And it could be a slaughterhouse, it could be canning, it could be cold storage, it could be, whatever, to kind of get King William producers in a better position to sell the products.
So there's an interesting model up in Vermont or New Hampshire, I can't remember, where the county owns a piece of the county or the state owns a piece of land, and for produce farmers, they rent part of that back for a really low fee as an incubator. But they have some educational aspects as well, but then that allows the growers to kind of learn, but also there's the equipment, even with small scale farming, like CSA farming, you need certain equipment. And so by leasing the land at a low cost, they also have access to that equipment, which kind of helps them build their customer base and all of that. So
Like,
there's
like
other good
farming
models.
equipment or like processing equipment. Both.
either or,
That's pretty cool.
yeah.
And that's when we were just thinking of location, like we're pretty heavily wooded, I think, on the side of the county that we had initially kind of talked about the potential for this. So, I think we could do a smaller, demonstration, growing kind of piece where Tracy could come and do some educational bits for us.
I saw it kind of maybe connecting with the schools somehow,
And that was Tracy's. big thing.
Yeah, and up at the high school, I don't know how much property they got up there, but they got, maybe it started there on county-owned land. That was that to me was the path of least resistance to getting something like this started somewhere instead of going to the middle of nowhere and doing it.
What would be interesting is if the farmer's market was on the same property,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
but then it would have to be up there in Central Garage.
Like in the parking lot of high school.
It's a good location. It's good.
Or next door.
Well, so your traffic, you have two different kinds of traffic. On 360, you've got the Richmond Tappahannock, weekend traffic. On 30, you've got nothing but local traffic or truckers going to, right? So it's the traffic types are different.
Yeah, my husband's always said that he lived in West Point forever, and he's always complained that West Point put the farmer's market on the wrong side of the road for the people who are going through to the river to get to.
Well, that's exactly right. So if you talk to filling station owners, that's gas stations, is what you can call them. But like, if you look at the ideal model, it's always right turn in before the stoplight, right? And it matters.
It does
really,
matter.
really.
Yeah.
Because the one West Point don't work. Because it's off the main road. Here,
Nobody knows where it is unless they know. where it
here, if you go have a phone off, it's gotta be on 360 on this side. But where's the river
is.
track?
Good. That's right. We want to get them going to the river, not going home. That's exactly right.
And that's why Kenny didn't work. And but see, the other side is,
Well, the sewer's in the right place down here, right? So if you go to the Purina plant, there's sewer.
no,
there.
you gotta be on 360.
But I'm just saying that the sewer's on the west side of the east side or whatever, yeah.
But Tractor Supply's
Tractor Supply is on 30, it's local traffic, right? It's, and because they're not on a divided highway, there's no right in, right out, you don't have to do the loop, you don't have to do, it's from a retail standpoint, if you're focused on local, 30, whoever, their site acquisition guy is a genius. Right, they bought a whole house, tore it down.
It looks good.
They rock.
Because
it.
it's a one piece or two pieces right beside it for sale.
At least one.
Yeah.
It's a matter of who's your customer, right? So
Right.
the customer of Tractor Supply are people who live in King Lake, right? So you want people in there.
If the farmer's market was in the high school parking lot, my wife and I, we'd probably go every Saturday.
Right.
I mean, maybe is it that,
Maybe there's a way to get proximity
Well,
close
the
enough.
hotspot was farmer's market, just like the
Some
one
are,
we
some
have
aren't.
on 360. It ain't local grown, there ain't no local grown, all that was brought in.
Yeah.
Nonprofit.
So I know
That's a
down
hard
in the
part
woods,
about the farmer's
The one-
market here.
Yeah.
But
So
the
There ain't
Anna,
market
hardly
is
any
getting
dog
back.
farmers in King Lake.
So the
Well, so
farmers get back
maybe
their
this is the
percentage
easy,
to cover the
right? I mean,
wage
like this
of
whole
the person.
homesteading thing, buy 20
the
acres.
one in
and-
Joanna is
But if you
owned by
put one
the
on
volunteer fire
360,
department.
That's a hard part.
But
I
then the
think you're
Twin
gonna hurt
Open
that.
Air Market is.
But Tommy, so
private.
we have to be careful, right? We don't want to be. We have to be
Really?
really
That's pretty
careful
much
that we don't end
transit.
up. So
And then.
whatever we do would have to be 1 + 1 = 3 for everybody,
So
Because that's the hard part is,
It's all.
the ones who do garden here is more of a specialty.
Yeah.
So, big volume of watermelon, big volume of cantaloupe, big volume of tomatoes.
The one that's down on my road,
And,
Mount Olive.
and
yeah.
see, that ain't gonna work in a farmer's market.
But we've
Well-
got somebody who's in the, right, don't you, right? You're in that sort of smaller space, high value, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, so, I know of at least 3 farmers who do direct retail meat. There's Deer Run Farm up in, maybe that does
That's what we meant.
retail vegetables. And they sell it 4 or 5 different markets in Richmond and Ashland, so, I mean, it's just about customer base, like for a small, like cottage producer who's canning pickles, they're happy to make $200 a weekend. For a bigger farmer who is their livelihood, they have to make 500 to 1,000.
Yeah, right.
And so if we have enough people in Central Brush, I think we're getting there, that they can make that, then yes, it's worth it. But it has to be worth their while.
So I would argue that the local market is, if you go back to the what was it, 28% or over levered, the local market is blue collar. You get on 360, you got people who've got enough money, they got a second home, they got boats. I mean, you hit them hard,
One of the things with Essex, with Tappahannock's farmers market, it's not on the main road, it's 1 block off, but it's signage. I think
Right.
the same thing
Yeah.
would be true with the high school parking lot. If you put up farmers market today put it, as much as.
It's gotta be at the
Congress would hate it.
entrance of the county.
Right, you
Yeah.
have different places where people will see it, farmer's market today at the high school, and it's easy for them to see. They also incorporate bringing in like, not only with the vegetables and fruits and things, and people with crafts and candy, they also bring in like a shaved ice truck, and they bring in the things, so we have
Ready-made.
turbos or little food trucks, things that will bring them so that it's an experience. It's not just let me go get vegetables and go home. They're there for a lot of them there for an hour at least.
I was a good place for the farmer's market would be, there like the old empty bank, like right on 30 and, or 360 and River Road.
The Cornerstone uses
Yeah.
that though.
Oh, they do.
So, how many acres do you have? You got something for sale, don't you?
Acre and a half.
Acre and a half.
But the high school too, like, uses that
Cornerstone.
church.
I believe I know
use
they
the
use the
bank
parking
building.
lot. I don't know if they use the actual building.
I've talked to the
but They
owners
use the parking
of
lot on
neighbors,
Saturdays.
and they're renting the inside.
But yeah, I tried to get in touch with them several times, not been able to. They are
It's,
inside. we can-
Yeah.
It's, what's the guy's name? He used to fill out tax credits, so,
You don't like Walker, the owner?
the owner,
Yeah,
yeah.
his daughter and son-in-law have it now.
The American Legion property is gonna be going up for auction. State owns it right now. It's right on
How
360.
many acres?
It's 3.5 acres.
And the land right next to it's been for sale for 20 years.
But you know
Well,
what-
the
you know what
thing
problem
is,
with that
what's that?
The problem with that is we gotta get back down to, like, if it's gonna get to like a kitchen and a meat processor, right? If we're talking about bolting stuff on, it's gotta be down near the kitty litter plant.
I live back past Dunluce. I'm not going to go that deep into it to go there. If we're looking at
Well, you're in the
traffic
market.
for a farmer's market, if we're looking for traffic for a farmer's market, then we've got to be on 360, just like you said.
American Legion would be ideal.
Yeah, American Legion, we tear down the building because it's no longer viable. The building is basically at the point where we couldn't even get the roof repaired with the last storm that we had there. So we had to turn the building and the property back over to the state. State is going to sell it. They're going to get it off of the books. So that is going to occur. 3.5 acres thereabouts, once you tear down the building, fill in the well that's there. There is a septic that's already there, mound septic system that's there. You could fill that in. You've got all of that space to basically utilize for parking and setting up a farmer's market. And you could basically, on the back portion of that, because it does slope off in the very back, it goes down into a gully. That portion of it is not usable, but you could put up, just like West Point has, the pavilion, but that one would be more accessible right there in that area to be utilized for people coming through, and it's more visible. Or you could simply start out with just an empty lot that people can come in with their canopies and set up their tables and do a farmer's market.
Well, I was just complaining that the West Point market is actually not great for farmers because first of all, they have the picnic tables.
Right.
And so you have to customize it, but also they built it so tall that the sun comes in the whole time.
Right.
So what's the point of not having a tent?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you had a decent pavilion,
Right, sure.
It could be used on times that you're
Well,
not utilizing for the
what I was
farmer's
saying with
market.
decent, you can have these arts and crafts and different things on weekends in the place.
Right.
Mhm.
But I'm like her, I mean, what good is when it's 15 feet in the air?
Do we get any money back on that deal? Because there's no geo parking lot. It's a realistic question.
No, I don't think
The
any
money,
money
the
was
money, the
returned.
money's gone,
Yep.
even though they didn't, we maybe
I
got.
know they
half of
tried
what
to
it-
fix it last year, but have they fixed, is it fixed?
Well, we were told that the parking lot was gonna be $500,000 or something because of the geo.
Yeah, they were
box.
supposed to
Right.
put in geo blocks for the,
Well,
for
they
the
did,
parking.
but then something happened where the grass wasn't growing, and so they put topsoil or gravel over it, and then it wouldn't grow, and then they had
You
to
have to
fix
be
it.
realistic. West Point is reclaimed swampland.
Yeah, I know. Can you tell me where this American Legion is?
Across from Kennington.
Yeah, it's across from Kennington. Yep. So the one American Legion that was left in the county is now gone.
What's up? on 30.
30 is a VFW.
There's one down.
VFW
I
down,
couldn't
down.
remember, I couldn't
yeah.
remember what that was.
Yeah.
So if we, let's get back to the farmer's market, because I think it gets back to what Pete said.
This is it's a half acre,
What's that?
the American Legion.
No, it's a total of 3.5 acres for the
Is it
property.
multiple?
It may be multiple lots that are there.
I'm in the records.
So if we get a farmer's market, because I always look at like the chain reaction here. We're hoping that I guess more of these 5 and 10, 15 acre homesteads who work in Richmond on during the week will grow stuff and then sell it. And then subsequently they will buy tractors, lawnmowers, trailers, go tractor supply, southern states. And then that will somehow filtrate. I mean, at the end of the day, we gotta make money.
So Williamsburg and Williamsburg requires that the vendors at the market pay back 5% of sales. And that covers, I mean, it's a big market, right? But it covers the fees and the employee that manages the market. Right? I mean, I don't know that any farmer's market vendor cares if it's in a parking lot. If they're bringing
Probably
in
even
tents.
better. There's not swampy if it rains.
Right, right. I mean, so, I mean, we can recover money back. Now, is it gonna do more than cover the part-time employee that manages everything? I don't know. And then you have to think about, do you want a part-time employee because, so that you can also do like the SNAP conversions? So that people can get, people who are on
Social service.
food services. So a lot, I think the state has a grant or has a funding opportunity to double your money at farmers market. So people who are on SNAP, for every $1 that they spend at the farmers market, they actually
And that's the
get
conversion part.
$2 for it.
That's the conversion part.
But you really need staff. It's not, you can't do
You have
volunteer on
somebody,
that.
I
way.
just say, you over there, you over here, you over there.
Yeah.
Gotta be done, it should be chaos.
Yeah, and I was telling him that New Kent has a full-time person and they eat that person, or she has other duties, right? But they just eat the cost of her effort because, and she sets up the market, but the vendors don't pay any percentage.
So if the EDA was to do a farmer's market, then I think that Williamsburg is probably it, right? Where we find a place and then we have to recuperate the cost of just running the farmer's market. So we have to lease the property or if we have to
Right.
come up with
And
some.
they're operating grants.
Yeah, so we could go and get it. And we can apply for grants as we need to.
Yep.
You've done this more than we have. Would it be helpful to do like a whole brainstorming session? And like, maybe Steve, you could help us and we do a little brainstorming session.
Let
The
me,
rule is that there are no bad ideas.
Let me tell you where we are, I guess, budgetarily, and I'll take full responsibility for this. When we were sitting around making recommendations for the budget, our capital budget, I'd heard all these conversations, so rather than starting low, I just went ahead and put $250,000 in the capital plan, thinking that if we had to buy a building, or if we had to develop something, or if we had to pay people, or whatever. That reaction as it went through the community in some circles was very negatively received. The board probably got as much calls on that as they have recently on the library and a couple of the other things. So the modified budget going into FY23, I think we reduced to 10.
I think that's what we said.
Yeah, and that was,
Increased.
we decreased it down to 10,000 from 250,000. And we did it just if you needed seed money, if we wanted to do a pilot to where, we bought a big tent, if it happened to be in a parking lot, that might not be. When we started it down in Prince George, it started with a tent that was donated by the Farm Bureau. And you had about 8 or 9 mom and pop farmers, vendors that came, and eventually it morphed to a pavilion where in one of the main parks down there, and it's just taken off. And it's everything that what you said. Absent a county fair that they do not have, and a lot of signature events that some communities have. That is the event every day, every Saturday morning. That's the community hub. That's where people gather. They'll spend a little money. They'll catch up each other on their news. They have special programs for kids, reading programs. It's right next to a library, so they can partner with that. It's a community event. It's not just a farmer's market. It's from crafts. They do bring in these food trucks to do sometimes the meat.
Food truck bands.
Yeah.
They do all kinds of stuff.
And they do all that. They've done all that in the last 3 or 4 years. It's work down there. So I guess we just need to decide what we think the community would want, and then we
got $800,000.
right. And what I did is I put it out to our employees in the county if there was somebody that wanted an extra duty.
That champion.
And it ended up being our human resources director, like to do things like that. So we gave her a stipend, and she was responsible for dealing with the vendors, setting up the whole thing,
God, it's gonna be exciting. It's gonna
Uh,
really be exciting.
So, but we need to find a location, and if we're not going to do the tent.
What about the
tent-
recs, like the
Parks
ball
and Rec, yeah.
fields, like on
What?
maybe a Friday night?
They have ball games Monday through Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the high school, like you said, there's way better traffic count, and more eyes.
And parking's
There's
already
plenty of
there.
room for 25
And parking is
vendors.
always the biggest issue at these monstrous farmers markets.
Yeah, have you been to the big RVA up in,
Richmond?
yeah,
We
where
stopped
they
years
moved it
ago.
above the James. It used to be
Yeah.
south of the
Yeah,
James.
with the
Now
Yoder's
it's-
Donuts, they spoke for Yoder's.
Well, don't you need some kind of shade?
No, not
Most
really.
vendors bring
They
their
bring
own.
their own tents.
Just like a tailgate person.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bring my own beer
We
and my own
actually
shade.
prefer it, honestly, because you kind of set it up as your home, right? You
Maybe we
decorate it and,
They was spoiled them down there.
yeah.
They sat, they set up underneath that big pavilion,
Uh-huh.
and
Johnson
that
City's
was-
like
yeah,
that too.
yeah, and it was, that was ideal.
It's just,
for her.
is the high school parking lot available or is it a non-starter?
I mean, we'd have to talk to the school
Yeah.
superintendent,
So,
the school board, but
And
I
the
would
legality
think
of
they
it.
would be against it. They used to host things there.
so before like we go jump on like where we're having this, why don't we figure out
Yeah.
what this is?
Do a
and-
park show.
And like where it could go, and have just a broader brainstorming session. I mean, the fair, I mean, right? And then look at the universe of what's there, and then figure out where we want to start. And at least we've got a vision and a place to start, and try to get those two things to line up.
I think a pilot might be a good idea because King and Queen has a beautiful pavilion and I don't think they're running a market there anymore.
King and Queen,
Down on 33.
you said a pilot?
Yeah, like where we're not putting in
Don't put the money in.
infrastructure
Right.
investment, where we're doing it in a parking lot on Saturdays and, I mean,
So
yeah,
if we-
you have to recruit enough vendors to make it worth their while.
Well, if we did it right now and said in a month, we're gonna start this. The FFA requires a certain amount, and most school organizations that the kids are a part of require community service hours
That's a
that
good
they
idea.
donate to National Honor Society. FFA could work it. So you don't necessarily you need someone to run herd over it, but then you've got workers that could possibly be there if you entice that. That's a tie-in with the school that could then further be utilized to say, we're going to, get with Farm Bureau and other agencies and basically help out with the FFA for them to have a nursery that they could then have a booth at the farmer's market that is right there, that they're selling what they have basically grown in that greenhouse right there. But we've got to be able to, get that language in and meet with the schools to see if they have a taste for it. If they don't, then we kind of lose out on our volunteers and all of that.
Through the school, it's all done. I went to the superintendent, it's all been approved. So how it's greenhouse at school, with something we want to do, it's ready to go.
I did a little research just because y'all brought that up at the last meeting, the schools and the greenhouse. And I'm friends with the gentleman who runs the FFA in Goochland. And they have a greenhouse and a farm stand and things like that where they sell mums and they do plants and they have the FFA involved. They have greenhouse, they have a tunnel, a hot tunnel, I think. It's what it's called, high tunnel. And I asked him, I just called and asked him some questions like how large of an area, how much does it cost? What would the variable cost or the hard cost be? And he kind of gave me some ideas of things that would need to be researched from King William's perspective. But I know somebody brought up the question of how many kids were actually involved. And he said that he has 20 active FFA students, but he uses his agricultural classes during the day to help work with the fields and work with greenhouse and everything. And I texted Howard to ask him how many he has, and he said that the King William FFA has 40 to 50 students. So he said that Goochland gets about $7,000 or $8,000 a year in income for their FFA that they can turn around and reuse to purchase items or to send to like conventions or camps or things like that, or competitions. He said Fluvanna averages 10 to 11,000 a year. So he was surprised that King William hasn't pursued this before because he said we're set up with a much more agricultural area than the Goochland, and that he's like, this would be a great opportunity. And I think if we did tie in a farmer's market at the school and had the FFA involved, I think it would be a huge asset to work community relations between the school and King William, because there's so much negative press out there that I think it would be a great opportunity.
I feel like we can access some federal and or state funding
Yeah.
for this.
Well, your extension office as well.
Yeah.
They with 4-H, and that's another resource.
And
Tech.
Mr. White also liked the idea of coming with Cool Spring and the other school, the young kids who have
Yeah.
field days at the greenhouse. So he was excited. I just come by to ask to make sure, our next presentation, I already had everything covered. Howard says, anytime I want to get up there, he can give us size, whatever, But I think that's a win-win situation,
Yeah.
which will still, my biggest question is, not leaving this alone for a second. How long or when is the auction gonna come up to with us building?
That I don't know.
I didn't know if you had it.
No. Once it got turned over to the state, it's in their hands now. So I have no idea how they're going to even publicize it. So I just know that it was turned over to them. We basically lost our charter in King William to have the American Legion here.
Okay, because I think with the greenhouse is a starting point for the county. And plus too, if we could get something like that, if you can tie everything in, it might not get there all at one time,
Right.
but I think the first initiative, because like the different schools I've been to, the greenhouse has been successful for the schools for how to do the different programs he's done. And this is funding they don't have to worry about.
Well, and if we use the school parking lot also, if I have 5 vendors show up the first time because not that many people are interested or don't think that it's gonna fly, we didn't build infrastructure for
Right.
30 and only got 5. It can grow and expand to the point where then, if it has gotten to the point where it's too big for the parking lot now, we can then look to build something to actually accommodate it.
I mean, don't forget Williamsburg has been going for 20 years on
Right.
Park Street. They just expanded into another parking lot.
Yeah,
And then central garage, we're essentially building from the center out
right.
rather than going too far out.
But we could truly tie in, all the varying population from the kids all the way up to the local farmers and everything else within the community, be able to draw in all of those that transit through. The big joke in West Point is they couldn't get anybody to stop on the way to and from the river. So they decreased the speed limit in town so that you had to at least slow down when you're going through. But I mean, we have to find a reason for people who are transiting through King William to stop. And this could be one of those things causes them to stop.
High school's the wrong location to make that happen.
But it is on the right side of the road.
But not with signage though, because
Yeah,
it-
with the signage.
Well.
Food line would
I
be great, but Food Line's not gonna let us set up in their
And
parking
Tommy's
lot.
Produce.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, even if we didn't do, but the greenhouse installed in school parking lot, it's still having that place there when it's available. That we could have a place to move.
Maybe
Right.
the FFA kids could take tours of people to the, I mean, to me, I don't know why we think about the high school, it's a home run. Is the kids could take tours with people back to the greenhouse.
So
Yeah.
doesn't the county own some property in Aylet that's on parcel 360? Like a whole pharmacy?
Oh, yeah, that's the rec building.
That's
police
now a
station.
community center.
It's like, that's the parking lot, doesn't it?
No,
Not for anything like this.
you guys should put a fence up, what's going on back there?
Soccer.
It's a soccer field.
It's a soccer
Fenced in
field.
soccer field.
I wonder if we could use the American Legion facility while the state.
the problem with it now is that there's not a lot of parking there. Just because of the way that it's designed, there's a loop that comes around and where you would park would basically be where you would want to set up vendors. So there's some space, but not a lot. I mean, we can always approach them and find out if they would be willing to do it, but I don't know what insurance they carry right now on the property.
Who's that, Euro?
American Legion.
Well, there's the
State.
old Oakwood Homes right next to it, that's been on the market forever. That's
You're
got a
talking
turn lane,
inside
it's
or
got
out?
tower.
Yeah,
The only we have to do is dump like 15.
well, that's
loads
why
of
I'm
gravel.
saying, we need to look at what,
Well,
if we
like I
want
said,
to
with the
flip
high
a
school,
property or
it's
even make a
starting,
property
you
where we
need
can
to
do
use
something
that
like
big
this,
parking lot.
then great,
It's a starting
let's
place.
look for it.
Well, what happens
We
if
keep
we
looking
pay?
until we find something. Yeah, I mean,
It's what we
at least
get
you
a
got
900.
somewhere.
You can
can talk
subdivide that 14 acres.
They get the
into
right side
5
parking
different-
lot.
And you could use, that turn lane is good for 100 miles an hour.
Right.
I mean,
And then you,
another
Don't tell
idea
people
is
that.
with the farmer's market, if you go out to local businesses and ask them to help sponsor it.
Yep.
Things like where, I mean, I work at Primus Bank, putting signage right there saying turn at the light. I mean, you're gonna bring the eyes to the people and then they're gonna be.
I
curious. So
guarantee you,
that.
Tractor Supply would build us the signs because it would bring traffic right in front of their business
Absolutely.
while the people are going to the farmer's market. They would probably donate the signage and paint it for
I think
us.
anybody
All
that
right,
said
how long
Tom's
that
produce
property
don't want to help.
between Tractor Supply and that slant road?
That I'm not sure. Gene, did you know who owned that
Between Tractor
slant
Supply and
property?
me,
Yeah,
Jess Crawford and Carl Custom. It's 2 lots in my lot.
Who's that?
How big is that, them two lots?
What about that town?
1.5 acres
house?
and
Does that have any-
1.7.
I thought that was Red Barn,
Yeah, you were thinking about the towns that
Oh,
made
it
the
was.
7-Eleven.
the auction building. I thought that was Red Barn now. Is that not Red
No,
Barn?
Howard owns it and he's rented the dirt out for like a land lease.
Okay,
But
What are you talking about?
the,
Howard's got,
Behind
like,
7-Eleven?
like where the
Yeah.
food trucks were.
That's a great idea.
But there's not a lot of parking there, though. If you,
That individual's
Sharon
gonna
Road
work very
for a
hard.
farmer's market, is it?
People fall on the Sharon
The
Road.
food truck would be
Whoa.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at that close.
You know, when we're talking about properties though, because I think the school's a home run. There's the old mobile home place that's been for sale for like $1 million with the turn lane. It's
Across
right
from
across from
Kennington.
Kennington.
yeah,
Because we only need 100 foot for a commercial property. That turn lane's already there. You can turn in, we can make 5 lots in that place. And we can sell them off and we could probably have profit enough to keep 2.
if it's subdividable. That's the
It
one
should
thing
be,
we would
as long
look,
as
have
you
to
got, you
look
need
at.
100 feet.
Yeah,
And as long as that entrance will suffice for 5 different properties.
well, I'm saying just on a covenant.
And the sewer's on the opposite side of the road. It'd be great. I don't know why no one's done that. Maybe the $1 million to scare people off. For 14 acres.
So maybe 25 years.
What's your
instead of
takeaway
market
here?
buildings come down
We've got a
by
few
the
other,
way.
items.
I wanted to ask about the processing plant.
Sure.
Have you guys heard anything about there was a survey that went out to farmers about interest in a processing plant in Tappahannock. Have you heard about any
No,
movement
what's
on
it?
that? That was last year. So I don't know if they got a planning grant or if they stopped we're still.
What if we could just co-op that energy? And
I can look up the
Redirect it.
email and see if I can figure out the source.
Just kind of.
That was gonna be my suggestion. We said we know.
So let's say we did the high school thing, great thing, we can have a couple farmers markets this year as a trial. Maybe get the greenhouse in, that could be a check, say we did something. Donations, what little, we can get $5,000 from the general public pony up. I mean, that's like $100 a family, $50 a family, you burn that tank of fuel. I mean, we could be up and
Oh, you
running.
mean to build the greenhouse?
Well, not so
I'm
much,
sure.
well, the greenhouse, yeah, too, but just the parking lot. People bring their tents, they do the tailgate. Sounds like a fantastic community event. I think that's a win we can check off, and I think that can grow. Maybe we can acquire some other property. But what's gonna move the needle? So let's say we got that under control. How is the county gonna make money?
Make money?
Is that, the farmer's market won't make us money.
I don't think that was ever the intent, was it, to make money at the
But
farmer's market?
isn't that the goal though of us too, is the,
Now, for you to make money, I think you're gonna have to go into real estate.
us as a group?
So just a question, on the farmers markets right now in the other counties, are they required, so if I'm a vendor and I want to show up, am I required because I'm selling something that I have to have a business license on top of?
It depends on the market.
Okay,
The West
They
Point and
did.
Toano did not require it.
Okay.
Williamsburg does, RVA does.
Yeah. Prince George did, I
And
don't know what-
also certificates
King
of
William doesn't.
liability
Right.
insurance. It depends on the market.
Okay.
I know,
Business license.
But you're gonna.
there's a lot of
sell
restrictions
the
now with,
local
you have to put
crafters,
your
Well, and that's-
ingredients on things
They
that
that's
are
get
okay.
made.
too technical.
but I want to make sure that
Obviously,
we don't have someone
If
come
you're
in
selling
later
near
and say,
corn, you don't have to do
this
that.
person and this
But if
person.
you're
have to go
selling
because they don't
pie,
have business license for us.
Then you have to list what your
So-
ingredients are and everything now. And that used to do that. Used to
Well,
be
then
just
I'm
brought
thinking
in and
that
sold.
it's something come
Now
and
you-
say,
the health
anyone
department
that is associated with this,
Some additional requirements.
and then get the board of supervisors to
Now,
say that they are
it's
free
the
and clear
agricultural
for
grants
business
that are
license
available
in
that
that
allow
location.
you-
As long as they're selling there,
Have like some kind of temporary
Which grade
permit.
are you
Yes.
talking about?
There's some here that agriculture. Starting new businesses and all.
The USDA is a farmer's market promotion grant, you get up to $250,000.
Okay.
we can buy the parking lot.
Hey,
Well, I mean, I think that's really what we
And then
have to
charge the
figure out.
students to park there during the week.
Like
We're
if we were
making
gonna
money.
start a farmer's market, like we just have to identify what our costs are. If we're gonna start out just using the parking lot.
Right.
and Just invite people to come, then it may just be a couple hours extra time of the Parks and Rec director. And if we could squeeze by with that to coordinate, with the farmers, maybe it's a volunteer effort of us to get the word out to the farmers and then we place it. Don't we have an ad still do we not have an ad in the? Well, we've had ads in the Country Courier before. We got Facebook, we got all kinds of ways to get people out.
I know that, I was told through Farm Bureau, I know there's a process of getting the grant through some of the stuff, so.
Doesn't the Farm Bureau have a bunch of money left lying around? Come on.
I don't know, I'm just a little peon on
Cut me a
it.
check.
Well, I know it's removed from central garage, so you'd be cutting down certainly your traffic, but there's been a lot of talk here lately about how can we utilize this big lot in front of the old courthouse.
A wedding venue,
Yeah, I mean, it's just there. And,
Right.
Of course, they're surveying it and knows what they're gonna find underneath.
Hmm.
That was built there years ago, but I guess there used to be festivals there.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that back.
Bicentennial back in 2002. we had it because-
But I thought there was an annual thing.
There was.
It was, but several years after that, Spring Festival. we called it.
Okay,
Then
that
it kind of petered out.
but then didn't we end up going down, the last time we did the county, like the county fest,
They did
Mhm.
we did it at the ballpark.
That was there for a couple
Yeah.
of years.
Yeah.
because the
Yeah, it just kind of.
Rec was having a real hard time getting vendors to come in.
Right.
So that'd probably be the same issue with this, so I think the high school parking lot is probably.
Well, and I have asked for a long time why we don't use the old courthouse for an event area that you could utilize, because we still utilize it once a month to keep it in operation. It's the longest running courthouse we have. but why we don't use the grounds for things like a wedding or anything like that, a wedding venue that's right there.
I know when they had the tricentennial, the historical society was concerned about all the people around that brick wall, it's 300 years old or whatever. And they wanted to put up ropes and take,
Yeah,
you know, there was some concern from the historical society.
Sure.
But I think they would work with you.
or even a photography
I was gonna say,
location,
that'd be
like
great.
if you, if, you know, we had talked about before making a map of the county for tourism that showed
Yeah.
like places to
interest.
go for like places of interest around the county. Well, photographers are always looking for places to take senior pictures and stuff like that. Making a place around the county of like, you know, during this time on the river, this time of year, this is a spot to go. The same thing with the courthouse and all of that. Just locations around that draws people in. So a lot of times we don't have to spend money in order to get somebody to drive through, that suddenly they stop and eat at one of our restaurants or shop in one of the stores, and that brings stuff in.
Coming back to the farmer's market, thinking about if you want to have action this year, the farmers have already decided what markets they're going to. So you either have to think about an alternate day
For the fall.
or the fall, or like a once monthly, something like that. Honestly, I think like a Friday night would be fun, once a month for this year to see how it goes, because
Right.
then we can probably still
Get
talk
river
deer
traffic.
run into coming in,
You get river traffic.
and you get river traffic. And
have
the
the
markers,
bands
the
If
farmers
you
who
did
are
it on
already
the same
going
night
Saturday
that jamming on a
nights,
point
probably
was.
that Friday.
You're not stealing from Tom.
Because he closes at 6.
Right? I don't know.
I
but
drive
it's
through
Friday.
Are you one of
Friday
them?
night, you're
I'm
not
one of
Friday
them. I
day.
go to the-
right?
On the
So
wrong side of the river.
I just, there's, I think that could grow legs, but the bigger thing, and Kenny, you asked a really important question, you know, like, how do we make money? And I think the play or a play could be that we think about the bigger picture. We think about what could bolt on if this thing grows legs, right? And so it could be, I mean, we talked about fair, we talked about FFA, we talked about high tunnel, greenhouse, education, stamping it, you know, then we talked about meat processing, we talked about a value add kitchen, we talked about canning, we talked about cold storage, farmer's market, we talked about bringing selling plants. I mean, there's so many things that this, I just, if it grows legs and we at least think things through enough so that we can expand if it, right, without like, we don't want to go buy 300 acres like this, right? But if there's a way that we can option some land and get a place to start, or, you know, just do this pilot, you know, and see if we get some energy. And it seems like there's an opportunity there, right? And that's how we make money, as we get into the canning, you know, the kitchen, right? And you know.
But when we say make money, I just want to make sure, are we talking about as a revenue generator for the EDA, or are we talking about increasing the tax basis for the county? How are we
I'd like to see
discussing?
the tax exposed. When I say, I'm more, I guess, tax, because we need to offset these little single family homes.
Right.
You know, that,
Or stop building.
yeah, or require bigger houses on bigger pieces of land. But I mean, we're already in we're at the 1 yard line with this comp plan. So I mean, we're not gonna really change anything now.
So, but let's go back to, instead of the comp, let's go back to this thing. So, I mean, I think that what I would put forward, based on what I've heard, is that that the single would be that we do the pilot, figure out how to make that work, right? You suggested alternate times. I mean, we got some really smart people. We just got to figure out how to get everybody lined up to go.
You said starting the first Friday of every month, beginning in July or June. We've got some runway between now and then to
Right.
organize. It seems like it's a pretty low,
I know who to recruit,
Yeah.
so
it's a low intensity effort, it
We
seems
can
like.
advertise to, there are a lot of bakers and crafters in the county. who would love to come and vend as well. But you
Yep.
need a vegetable anchor, you need
Luke,
ideally a baker, and you need some meat people. And then the craft people can fill out the rest.
and I just thought of something, I wish I had done a better job of keeping things.
And ready to eat would be cool.
Yeah.
People always want to eat snack while
Chris-
they're there.
Chris-
That's what I said, you gotta
Couch.
have some good,
So-
food trucks or
Your
some
food
people
truck
that-
or something.
So how do we figure out what's going on in Tappahannock, right? That was one thing, we could steal their thunder, right? And sort of co-op.
Oh, the
co-op-
processing?
Co-op
Yeah.
whatever they got going and just, I mean, just move faster,
I can
smarter.
just kind of inquire, they might have gotten one of those value added research grants, and that's what that survey was,
Well,
but
let's see if we get the research and just,
I'll find it and see what kind of results they came up with. And it may be that what they were thinking, it may be that they're in planning stages and they're going, right? Or it may be that what they're thinking wasn't what they wanted to do. Like, let's say they wanted a big commercial poultry plant, whereas really what the farmers around here wanted was cattle and hogs, right? And small scale cattle and hogs, which is what I think it is. So, yeah, I'll look it up and find it.
right? And we have a competitive advantage, right? If we go back to our list. People coming from Richmond to the river pass us before they pass them, right? So if they've already got vegetables, they're not stopping again.
Whichever way you want to go, it's 1 o'clock. Do you want to add some of these other things to a future agenda?
Well, so.
I feel a little sorry for Kyle. He did stay on for 4 hours. At some point, we need to,
Were we gonna hear anything from him?
well, I don't know that he was going to give his report because we had asked for it to be in written draft form so it could be shared with all the members. Maybe we could move him to the regular meeting in May.
So the advantage, I think, of having Kyle here is he's heard this dialogue, and maybe
Sure.
Kyle can help us, you know, get us pointed a little bit. You've done it. Sure. Right? And so between you and Kyle and,
Unmuted, so.
hey Kyle, what you got?
Yes. I mean, this has been a fantastic conversation. Yes, I mean, the draft report, I apologize, it's a little bit late. We are in the process of finalizing it. It is written. I just have to finish editing it, which is on me. I think being part of your May meeting is absolutely doable. And being part of that, I think would be great. And, you know, the phase 2, frankly, is going to answer a number of these questions or conversations that we're having around the site identification, looking through where we think the greatest potential is. I'm excited a little bit about the infrastructure fund in terms of, you know, is there a way to get into the real estate business to start generating some income that can be used, you know, as almost like a revolving loan fund through the EDA. But ultimately, if I were to truly encapsulate my thoughts on it, is the conversation around generating revenue. What is the focus, the target that the EDA is going to put its efforts towards? Will define a lot of, you know, what does generating revenue mean? What are we trying to accomplish? How do we go about doing that? And then what will culminate in the final report is, here are the action steps that we think you need to do to get from where you are to where you want to be based on that definition.
That's wonderful.
It's Warsaw.
And
Richmond County's good.
so, and Kyle, I think we could use some help getting focused, right? We got so there's so much creativity and so many moving parts, and, you know, back to the elephant. So I personally could see some benefit in having somebody, you know, think about this stuff where we can try to figure it out. So what's next? So,
Well, again, we have a meeting in May. Do you want to appoint one person
So I'm
to work with staff to try to get the farmers market sort of, you know, we could call Dr. White and ask about the parking lot. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think on Friday, if Friday's their time, I don't think that's going to be a problem with anything going on there.
so
Matter of fact, they might be closed on Friday, right?
Except for in the fall,
Yeah, then you have football.
then you have football.
yeah, so
Yeah, I didn't know how far into the,
well, the football doesn't affect. We want drive through. We want river traffic. we don't want to, that's where the money is, charging people twice as much for tomatoes. They should.
Yeah, but you can't set up because of the parking lot
Oh,
is used
it's
for the
there.
football game.
So maybe we need to punt and we'll go to that other topic. I'll sit here looking at that. We'll just figure it out, right?
Or it's happening.
But one of the things that I've done with my group at work is we talk about our baseball cards, right? So if you think about the cards you used to collect, right?
Still do.
Right? And right? So on one side, you got the picture and you turn it over and then you got all the stats, right? And so at work, what we've done is we've got baseball cards on the face, an image of a picture, but then you flip it over and we've got superpowers, right? Everybody's superpowers. And so one of the things that would be helpful to this group is if we start figuring out who's got what superpower, and you're just listening to you, right? You seem to understand this farmer's market stuff. And so if we can lever off of everybody's superpower, we're gonna get this thing done much better and faster and all of that. So I guess that's a long way of saying we need somebody to take the lead. Who wants to do that? Who's got that superpower, right? So is that you? Do you want to work with staff?
I'm pretty tapped out until June.
Okay.
until
Okay.
the end of June.
So how do we do this? We need somebody to,
But I'm happy to help.
right, so
Well, staff-
I think it's just guiding. I don't think it's work.
Staff will work it. I just thought if you wanted to have a member of the EDA, we could have as a sort of your contact.
Sure.
Our contact, it would be,
I think as an advisor.
I mean, yeah, we'll work. I mean, we'll do some legwork for you as far as what we have to do to set it up.
I mean, we don't need to be burning people out either, right? So I mean, if you've got bandwidth to take a phone call every now and again, and that's okay.
Well,
Okay, you're a superpower,
And
right?
then-
Thank you.
and then-
what we have, I think, we have some takeaways as staff, and I'll summarize that for everybody to have. And then possible property investment is a takeaway. There's a lot of other things that we cover. And then we'll just set those up and prioritize and keep bringing them back to you at the board level. We did talk about Commerce Park, but I'm hoping that maybe by your May meeting, we may have some information on that, or a possible ask by the EDA, how much they may want to get involved in that, in the redevelopment of that project.
There's a parking lot for our customers, that restaurant.
Yeah, so anyway, I hope this has been good for everybody. It's certainly been good for us. I appreciate your time. These are discussions you can't really have during your regular meeting.
So I just want to say this again, and I finished these meetings and I'm just so grateful for your leadership and for being here. And Steve, I know you're back there doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And so it's really wonderful to get to a place where we're actually starting to function and get things better and fix stuff. And this county, it's a wonderful place. It really is. It just needs a little more leadership. So, thank you.
You guys are providing it from your level, and we'll do what we can to support you.
I think we keep coming back to having, I know I've been on the EDA for over 2 years, having that property list of the owners and the values. We saw the 3 or 4. Can we maybe find a local realtor who we can commission or consult to spend the time, and maybe we take out a domain or a website? I know we talked about some legality stuff we gotta work around, but I mean, there's dozens and dozens of properties available. And it's almost like with us not having that information for that office and available online, it's kind of like fishing with no bait in a sense. And I think that could be so much, that could do the work for us to show now 40 properties on our corridor. And it's like, then they come to us, they don't go to them. Again, it's like a 50-50, you're trying to recruit. So whether it's 3 of us, I mean, Gene and I,
You want to do that? You want to take the lead on that?
I mean, him and I and Charlie, really, we know everybody on the corridor. But then there's the actual hands-on of creating the website, getting the plats, and that's a beast of its own.
Well, I mean, those
two-part.
those things, those, really, to me, the grunt work is is just making the cold call to the property owners and ask them, what are they doing with their property?
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that's gonna share the prices with you. They're the ones that's gonna tell you, you know.
It's like Hometown Realty can give us the 4 or 5 that they got, their active listings,
Right.
why they're not showing it
Well,
there.
you want to take it?
With some help. I mean, it's a lot for one person. I mean,
So it seems to me that, and we have to, I mean, we've got.
I just want to make sure we complete the
Yeah,
project.
yeah. No.
Yeah.
And so what I'm,
Just can't talk to each other.
yeah, right,
That's a meeting.
Can't go together.
right, and we got staff focused on this, sort of this next hit, right, this next, what the single is. And so I think maybe that goes on a list, and then we just don't let us forget about it, and we'll come back to it, and we got so much work to do.
Yeah.
It sounds to me like, I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds to me like if you all have the information, you can figure out what to do with it.
Yeah.
The matter is getting the information. So if y'all know the people who are trying to sell their properties, call them and ask them.
Yeah, so we need, I guess, the active listing number if it is listed. And then turn that over to that office. And then.
I think bring it back here. We can talk about what to do
It's
with it.
VHDA, whatever that thing is.
Yeah, let's get the list.
Yeah.
And then you guys, and if it's involving people and property, you guys can go back in closed session and talk about that. And really, people don't want those kind of conversations in open session. Anyway, it compromises their ability.
I actually think it's kind of important to, I don't know, maybe focus on this short term, but also work on that because it's 2 different goals, right? And that's our long-term goal.
Yeah,
We need to
accomplish
be at
the
least
first
minor.
one, then
you know.
getting started on the second one.
Can
Don't
you,
get too many.
can you do that for us?
I can get the
A little
ball
bit.
rolling, but it's gonna be a lot of, it's a lot of.
This is not tomorrow, right? This is you eat an elephant a bite at a time, right? So if you know, you make a call once a month to a broker, then by the end of the year, we got the list.
Yeah.
Right?
I
The
think
list you talk about, they're all gonna come up with the list of properties, is that what I'm hearing?
well, it would be getting the list and then maybe finding another marketing arm outside of that, maybe creating a website for, you know.
Yeah, but the list, did you say, Kirsty, y'all?
Well, I mean, we have the list of what we've been told.
What you know.
But I think Kenny is identifying properties that we may not really are in the day-to-day conversation.
So
Yeah,
That might be out there.
So we're and I know people need to go. So do we need to have a motion? You said we don't need to do
Just a motion to adjourn, you know, that's
motion to
all.
adjourn.
Just adjourn the meeting.
Second.
And then we have a regular meeting.
All opposed?
Thank you, everybody. Hey, let's talk more. We'll talk more. Maybe stop by the office.
I didn't realize.
Worry about